Okay. You know what? I actually thought I had pressed the face cam a while ago, but turns out my stream deck is not functioning. It's showing a little yellow like alert arrow when I press it. So that's not good because it's supposed to let me shortcut through OBS. Oh well, these are the kind of things that you have to figure out. I guess not live, right? Not live. But hello everybody. You can see I was looking up. I actually don't think I like that, but I have a new monitor up here in preparation for streaming a lot, but looking up looks kind of dumb. So let's put it back over here. Because today is a long stream. The idea is to try to do this a lot more often. And consistency, right? Streaming like 5 times a week, maybe 4 or 5 times a week. Longer hours, hoping for like, we're being pretty hopeful, honestly. I marked it down for 6 hours today, but I don't really know what playing Talishar for 6 hours and trying to make it entertaining feels like. Most of the time when I play Talishar, I'm just kind of zombie mode, just clicking through the buttons, just not really trying to get a lot of value out of like a 6-hour Talishar session, because that's a lot of games. That's like putting myself into a tournament like every day, but we'll see if we can get there. Flesh and Blood has this thing where you can kind of lose yourself in the game, and maybe that's what happens, and we just kind of make the time fly. That'd be nice. Josh, good to see you in the chat. James is saying Briar Living Legends 100%. I don't think so. I did look into like the Discord, all the Briar mains that are trying to track whether or not she LL'd. I don't think she did. I think it's probably 996, maybe 998, around there. I do not think it's 1000. I don't think it happened. It's possible that across the world there were a couple wins that like, I guess didn't get reported in the entirety of the RTN run, but for the last weekend on the last day, for there to be like all the RTNs that like no one was accounting for all happen at once. I don't think that's really possible. The Flesh and Blood community is so tied into like the Discord and the Twitter space that I'm pretty sure we've tracked them all. Hello, thanks for joining the league. I'm gonna make a change real quick. First of all, I look tired AF, I just woke up, but I'm also gonna make a change. I tried to make things easier by putting a monitor up here and also not needing to wear headphones, but not wearing headphones is like taking me out of the streaming space. It doesn't feel like I'm actually live, so let me switch some settings so I can put these back on. I just thought wearing headphones for 6 hours might be rough, but honestly it's more rough to not hear that little feedback in my head. Okay, so let's switch this back. Okay, 1 second. We'll go back up here. Turn this down. Switch this around. Okay. That should be like a bit more normal in terms of how I did things before. Trying to get too fancy with it and make it all work on the first day, which is not likely. My brain doesn't even work on the first day. I'm still sleeping. If Briar LLs, who gets the most benefit? Well, I want to say Levia, but the reality is that's not true because Lexi is still in format. We don't know if she goes untouched or what. But Briar is a nightmare matchup for Levia, so I'm definitely pretty happy if that changes. Actually, Viserai was also a pretty bad matchup. It was namely because of Rosetta. The rate on that weapon and the fact that Brute doesn't really interact just meant that Briar got to play a perfect value game. Viserai does as well. And that's really, really rough for Levia to handle because then you're basically juggling a game plan that waits for the Runeblade to brick, hopefully, and they don't always. And then also you just need to draw your good cards because you don't have the luxury of saying, oh, it's a bad hand, I'll actually just like wait a second, set up Arsenal and play, for a fresh hand. Levia can't really do that, obviously with Blood Debt. So Briar was always a rough one because if they saw CMH and you had like a weird non-block hand or you're already too deep into Blood Debt, then you just kind of had to eat it. So Force Nature CMH was like game over for one. And every other turn was still just pretty miserable because you can't really run D-Reacts or it messes up your 6 count. And yeah, everything in Briar is a breakpoint. So yeah, that matchup sucked. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm sure Rhinar loves it as well. Rhinar really hated playing the Runeblades, more so than Levia, because Rhinar can't really like high roll with damage unless it's Blood Rush, Blood Rush, Blood Rush. Whereas Levi can high roll with damage just off of good trade hands, like, you know, 2-card Endless Maw, 3-card Graveling, Dread Screamer, 3-card like Unworldly Swing Big, and Blood Rush, Dread Screamer, Ghostly. Like, she had good rates that could happen in sequence that were more likely than just drawing a bunch of Blood Rushes. So, I think I saw Ethan in the chat, actually. What's up? You mean you don't normally grind Talishar for 6 hours? I do, is the sad part. I don't know if it's 6 hours. I don't know if it's quite 6 hours. I'd say my normal Talishar sessions are like 3 to 4 hours a day, like spread across, you know, time here where I wasn't in a meeting or whatever. But we're looking at a very different summer for myself. We're looking at a summer with pretty much nothing to do. Really, I don't have anything scheduled. I have, I guess, a couple events that I'm going to stream. Is there like some big Flesh and Blood event this summer that I'm going to? I feel like there's not even that. Unless I'm dead wrong about that. But I'm not going to Calling Birmingham. I think I'm just going to a bunch of Battle Hardens. So yeah, this summer is kind of just free. Dustil Dawn's coming out, and I think that's going to be just a content gold mine for Flesh and Blood. So I'd love to be really available. Hey, what's up? Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Actually, you know what? I may just mute that setting. I think I'm just going to mute that thing. Let me do this in the background. I forgot to mention this, but in part of trying to stream more, going more full time. Oh my god, I sound sick and I look tired. This is not a good start. What was I saying? Yes, I have started to stream on Twitch as well. There's this program, Restream.io, where you can actually broadcast to both places, YouTube and Twitch. And we're going to give it a try. I don't really put much faith in the Flesh and Blood Twitch community, not going to lie. It seems like most people just who play Flesh and Blood like aren't the same demographic that really hangs out on Twitch. Twitch skews a bit younger, right? And the people who hang out there all day, I feel like if they're Flesh and Blood players, have ported over to hanging out on YouTube more all day because that's where the Flesh and Blood content comes out. There hasn't been like any push to send people to Twitch other than like for the big events. But we'll still do it. We'll still stream to both places because why not? I think Twitch at a certain point, like making, I don't even know the terminology, but like making member or whatever would be pretty cool. Just to have like a potential different revenue source coming in with like subscriptions with Amazon Prime. I mean, that is like so easy to tell people to do. Like, go sub with your Amazon Prime. It's free. On YouTube, we don't really have that. And in trying to like, you know, do things a bit more full time, at least this summer, there's probably going to be more shilling people. Just saying. Gotta shill a little bit. Gotta make that money somehow. Okay, I'm going to just mute the alerts because I think the animation popping on screen is enough, right? Yeah. Alright, let's save that. Pretty hyped for the summer of Mansant. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach. Much prefer watching on YouTube. See, that's what I'm thinking, Adam. Like, I literally never, it's anecdotal, but like, I never go to Twitch for Flesh and Blood. Even when there's an event, like Battle Hardened, I think recently, right? Like Metropoli Ruo was spread across a bunch of platforms, and like I didn't even see the ones that were on Twitch because I'm not going to Twitch for Flesh and Blood content. I'm just not. I'm ready to go to YouTube because channels like We Make Best, you know, I gotta always check in, refresh the feed. Is there a We Make Best video out or what? Yeah, so I agree. I agree. Where did my tab go? I think I'm like an insane person because I'm losing all my tabs. Let's switch back over to this. Save. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm trying to mute that little pop-up thing. Okay, well, it's not letting me log into like the Twitch half of it, so we'll just leave it at that. I may or may not be responsible for Briar being at 998, lost in Uzuri in the finals on Saturday at a Philly RTN. Why are you always in the States? Wait, who's the one who's in the States? Is that Balake? Actually, BNet, wait, shoot, is that the other name? I saw your vlog, though, about hanging out in the States. That's super cool. Love that you guys enjoyed it. Although I would love a trip to Australia more, just saying. My mom's actually there right now, working at a ski resort, which is just like the most random thing in the world. But my mom like met some Australians, and they invited her to go work at their ski resort, and she had nothing to do. She's fun employed right now, actually, just like me. So she just went, and maybe that could have been my summer. That could have been my summer. And instead I stayed here to bring Flesh and Blood content to you all. Just saying. Glad to hear you're doing content full-time, Ethan. Do we have official confirmation on Briar 998? What's up, Pat? I heard you got split finals on Dromai or something? Dude, you're crazy. I don't think we have any official word at all on where Briar is, but from the unofficial counts on the Discord, I believe she's at 996. And I'm calculating there's probably like one in there that got miscounted or something. So we're going to call it 998. I think if she's actually at 1,000, what the hell, Discord community? You got to track your points better. But no, I do think she's at 998 is basically what I'm hedging on. And it sucks because I know multiple people. There's one in this chat right here, so point fingers and call names. Chaotic Galaxy split finals in an RTN when he was on Briar. So if it's at 998, he's not alone, by the way. There's like at least 5 people who did that shit. Come on. Come on. You want to live with the Rosetta Menace? It's nothing even against Briar. Briar's fine. Thematic, cool. But Rosetta can we get this out of here before Vincent comes out? Like, I'm just terrified of whatever broken interactions are there, or like a juiced up Runeblade pool that then Briar and Viserai use way better than Vincent just because they can like toss in Rosetta on top of it. Ugh, it's not as the game intended, man. Let's just get Briar out of here, please. Briar's at 1,002. Okay, actually Hazel's confirmed it, so we'll go with that. Hazel, she that's a trust. Putting all my trust in you, Hazel. 1,002, please. Okay, so in theme of today, in theme of Briar potentially being gone, and we'll know tomorrow for sure because that's when they do the Living Legend update based on the RTNs. It normally comes out like a day or two late because they're tallying results or whatever. Figured we'd actually play Briar, which is one of the most disgusting things you can do is actually play a Runeblade. It really just like dirties the blood. It's awful. But I'm gonna do it anyway just to say goodbye. Say goodbye. Maybe build up some all the karma I'm building up by like playing Briar, like just actually pushes her out of the game as well. Like we'll see what happens here. You played on stream at the Philly Battle Harden. Oh yeah. Oh well, no, I remember you in person. I didn't know you were Balake back in the day. Funny enough, because what the heck was an Aussie doing out here? Okay, let's pull up Talishar, and let's pull up February. And take a look at the list I was going to play. Built by your very own Chaotic Galaxy, actually, in the chat. Because what do I know about Briar? I'm just going to net deck this sucker. Okay, let's pull this up. Log in. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, okay, the song just ended abruptly. I thought I clicked something. Okay, here we go. Does the Streamlabs thing work now? Good God, it doesn't, so I have to do this all manually. Okay, sweet. So, check this out. We've got, I guess you go by Lovesick, Ethan, is that true? Chaotic Galaxy, you go by Lovesick on Talishar? I did not expect that. But we've got a Briar list that we're going to be playing today. And we got a lot of Briar mains in the chat apparently, so Balake, like, let me know, like, do we got to change this or what? But we're gonna just run it through all day until I get tired of it, which will probably be after one game, but we're still gonna do it. We'll suffer through. We've got Briar, obviously, with kind of just the normal Runeblade getup. A lot less tanky than when you looked at like a chain Runeblade list. That was the really scary stuff when they could run Husk, they could run, and they wanted to run Creepers and all that. It was just a monster amount of equipment to get through. Luckily, Briar's kind of running the generic suite in literally three slots and then Grasp, which is an incredibly strong equipment piece, to be fair. But the lack of defense is actually made up with the embodiment token that you can make. You probably all know this. I'm just saying it anyway. You know, gotta fill time. It's a 6-hour stream. The first time an attack action you control deals damage, you're going to make an essence, or an embodiment of Earth, rather. And good Briars actually use that embodiment of Earth to high effectiveness. There's a lot of flexibility in a Briar game plan, where you don't always need to just put down your hand and say no blocks. Now, probably like 95% of the time, you do that. Well, not 95, let's say like 75%. But to play Briar correctly is to leave yourself open to actually using that embodiment to really trade well, because this can pump up a non-attack action to potentially block even 4. Some of your junky ones then go up to blocking 3, which is nice. Doesn't feel so bad. So there's a lot of Briar game plans that are really scalable, right? Where you can try to block with 3 and return with a 0 for 4 and just play a hard breakpoint that generates an embodiment. Play the game that way. Go for like 2-card hands with like Nimblism, Scar, Tunic, Rosetta, and just get all your above rate damage in there. So there is more flexibility to Briar than how you play Viserai, for example. So props to Briar players for that. I still find Viserai beyond brain dead, but Briar is not quite. Briar is not quite. It's more interesting than that. Ashikaze, hey, what's up? Happy to finally catch you, and really hoping Rosetta is gone. Wouldn't it be a perfect day for all of us? If that's what happens, Ashikaze, you catch me live and Rosetta is gone. Whew, wonderful. Gotta fill that time. That is what you're here for. And we're not going to fill it today with dying to blood debt, Josh. That's not going to happen on this stream. Sorry. So the main deck itself, what we're looking at, is what I probably would call a standard Briar core. I don't know if running like 3 Premeditate is really what a lot of Briars opted for with the release of Outsiders. It is a non-attack. It is free. And a lot of the time, the way you're playing Briar is to set attacks in Arsenal so that you don't draw into like the Runeblade clump hand. Look. So I could see 3 being right, but then what happens when you draw like 2 in the same hand? I don't know. Maybe 2 is the ratio I would personally go for. But it is what it is. Other than that, this is like a pretty stock standard Briar list. I don't see any remarkable changes from what we've seen before. The give and take without Revel and Runeblood is a little interesting because give and take, yeah, it's really good with just forcing really strange blocks out of defensive decks because of Channel Mount being a thing, right, or like stacking it with the Force of Nature. But one of the things that I really liked give and take for initially was just the ease in playing a Revel and Runeblood, because that could be kind of a weird play pattern for Briar, is to like play an attack, or sorry, play a non-attack, play an attack, and it has go again, and then play a Revel, and like then Rosetta. It was a play line that like worked, but you needed a couple things to go your way. Like you needed to have an attack that had go again without necessarily generating an embodiment, unless you like left one from the turn previous. So it wasn't a super fluid game plan, and Revel tended to get cut because it was a little too clunky. But with give and take, on top of like the Scar for Scars and the Rabbles, like that's in my mind like almost enough of the go agains to make it more likely that you could play Revel almost anytime you see it. You know, non-attack, attack with go again, Revel, it'll leave the lightning embodiment, you still Rosetta, and next turn you've got your lightning embodiment to pop off. I could see that. I mean, at the end of the day, Revel's a 0 for 4, but maybe it's just like an awkward pitch curve thing, because if you're pitching to give and take, and then you've got 2 floating, that 2 floating feels a little inefficient if all you do is throw Rosetta. So maybe that's why it doesn't get run. Could be. Not a Briar player. And she's going to LL, right? So what do I care? But yeah, not even 1 is interesting. Maybe that's something I would try, is like 1 less Premeditate and just 1 Revel. Because why not? Why not? Throw in the degen cards. Give and take is for the Nimblism combo. Because if they either take 6 or block by 2, and you can send Nimblism give and take back on top. Oh yeah, well, that little loop is actually, that's pretty nifty. True. Okay, but we're going to go ahead and give this a go and see how it ran. Because this list actually, I don't think it like won an RTN this season, but it like, what did you do on it, Ethan? What, like 2 top 8s and like a final split or something? Give and take typically just comes in against Guardian. Oh, so then what's this 60 doing? Are you subtracting? Oh, you're subtracting. Oh yeah, you are subtracting give and take in mostly everything. Okay. I've been duped. What's the point of building it out where you've got like a main deck? Ridiculous. Okay. Also, I put some keybinds on this pedal thing. Which one is the full screen button? Ah, that is the full screen button. Perfect. All right, let's give this a go. Let's bully on a Rhinar. I don't even care. Let's do it. Let's bully a Rhinar. Sorry, Max. Although, you know, they could play a fair deck. It could be like the Blood Rush deck, and then it's pretty hard for them to win. They could be a high rolly deck with like the Savage Beatdown Berserk stuff. And then if they win, like, unfortunately, there's not much you can do. There's no interaction with that deck. I assume we want to go in this matchup, like, just to not get cheesed at all. First is probably safe, so, hey, let's just do it. Brute is such a disrespected matchup, you don't even have a matchup tab for it. But let's just make our own best judgment, because we know Brute in and out. Give and take doesn't seem good enough. C and C, the first one won't do anything, so it's either you run 2 or you run 1. Brute can get pretty blown out on blocks because normally they can't afford to overblock. It tends to be like perfect equipment blocks. So I could see Lightning Press doing some work here. Humble into Rhinar. This is useless. I guess we'll add the 1 CNC anyway, right? Like, who cares? That seems fine. And then make sure our equipment looked good. Yeah, let's do it. You keep hearing high roll in Flesh and Blood, but you don't know what it means. Well, there's like the realistic way to talk about high rolling, which is basically to say there was no point of interaction that mattered and your opponent just like draw sequenced the heck out of you and you lost. That's what I would consider like a true high roll. But one second, let's just play our turn correctly here so we don't screw it up. Okay, so we could get some free damage in because they don't have AB. So my first instinct is to go ahead and pay into Sonata. Let me just let them know. First time on the deck might be slow. Also, I need to change the framing. Cool. My first instinct is to cheese in damage. We can go ahead, pay into Sonata, and then just burn something to set up an embodiment and grasp, and like that's good enough. So let's just do that. We didn't cheese the double arcane, but that's fine. Right, that should be fine. Because we can still do everything we want. I think we want to keep the E-Strike in Arsenal because we're going to have the lightning up for the draw card. So let's go ahead, pitch the Bramble. Burn this for the embodiment, and then pass. That seems pretty good. Thank you, Balake. I did it! I did the Runeblade thing! Ugh. Runeblade is... It's really the bane of my existence. I've never enjoyed playing against this class, and I'm not sure, like, anyone really does. I'm sure the Guardian matchup is, like, kind of a fun one to play. Okay, well, feels bad coming from my opponent as well, because they miss the discard, and it's actually super relevant. That's one less Reckless Swing that we'd have to worry about, but I don't even think we worry about it. This hand deals a lot of damage, so I think we're just going to eat it, because who cares? Their 4-card hand dealt 6. So let's go for Bramble Spark Fuse, because that's a little bit better than Nimblism. Then we, of course, play the Nimblism. Oh, actually, no. If we play the Nimblism now, it wastes the go again, the creation of a second embodiment of lightning. But if the E-Strike doesn't draw a card, that's actually a bit problematic. That is a little bit problematic. I think... I mean, our turn is just E-Strike into Pitch, Grasp, Rosetta anyway. So maybe we don't even care about the card draw or like kind of the waste of the embodiment. Let's just send damage. Because there's probably a lot of draws that suck. Does this list run Tome? I don't remember. If it runs Tome, then I think I'd just say draw a card. If it doesn't, then this feels a little worse. I'm going to say draw a card anyway. Okay, Scar. That's fine. This is a great turn to Arsenal So tomorrow. You have Tunic up next turn. Okay, yeah, I can see that because if we trade the Scar for Rosetta, that's still 1 card for 4 damage. That's a really good rate. So why would we hate doing that? I don't think we do. If we trade the So tomorrow, it's 1 card for 5, which is a really strong rate, but especially looking at the way the hand is. Oh, well, actually, I don't know. Scar's going to be active next turn. It should be, because they're looking like they want to keep a 2-card hand here. I don't know. I'm like a little lenient towards Scar, not gonna lie. I'm doing Scar anyway. Scar anyway. Because if they throw a 6, then we're looking like we're in the money. Yeah, this is pretty good. Yeah, I'd say we liked how this played out. We don't care about pulping. We can take that. This is pretty gross. We get channel into Scar Ravenous Tunic. Pretty disgusting. Pretty disgusting. Nice. Saying that I should watch for chances like that. Yeah, that's a great point anyway, right? But it can only target like 1 cost or higher, so I think what you're saying is it couldn't actually target anything right now. So yeah, that's another good point. I'm glad I didn't go with that. Anyway, now we really just kind of bully this guy. Really sorry. We reveal red. Pretty disgusting. This is where Rhinar just... I mean, they're trying to keep this hand, right? So... Well, at least keep a portion of this hand. So this is likely a Blood Rush play. A Rhinar should be really happy to Blood Rush off 4, especially with Tunic. So they're going to try to just slam us. Yep. They do lead with a blue as well. It's pretty good for them. Pretty good for them. Our hand doesn't block well. Doesn't block well at all. And the card banished was a Bramble. So if we're really going for our max damage turn... It would be... like Bramble, Fuse, Coax. We have a blue in hand, so we would like Snaps CNC because they already broke Crown. I mean, I guess it depends if they play this out or not. That sounds okay. It doesn't sound great. We could also try to stick the channel twice and just say like no blocks then. Make a grasp and do that whole play. Sure. Yeah, I guess we just eat all this damage. Sure. Go to 13. I mean, Blood Rush still doesn't kill us, because this is the end of their turn. They will have an arsenal, so the CNC play looks pretty good. Yeah, I think there's no way the Rhinar gets back in this, is the unfortunate part. 13 is like another... They're going to need another Claw Blood Rush to really guarantee kill us from that. And they're not going to be able to keep that kind of hand, especially since we're about to throw a CNC here. You can Bramble into Tome. Get an embodiment and fish more attacks. That's an option. I mean, I guess the question is, do I want to guarantee stick this CMH? It costs my use of snaps, and I'm only going to throw 10, 11, 20 damage. It's going to be a 20 damage 5-card hand. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. It's 4 damage per card. It's a good rate. And channel sticks for another turn. Oh, and I think I'm even missing counting the grasp in there, so it'd be 21. So we're looking at 21 damage against a Rhinar that's at 17, plus the arsenal pressure of CNC, and the fact that the Coax is going to be 10 itself. That's pretty relevant. I think if like the Coax hits, then we're looking at, you know, setting up the Quicken and just going for it. The CMH would then go again, and we could Rosetta too. It's going to be really hard for them to block 10. It'd be 3 cards plus Tunic, which they might just give us. I think I want to play that way, not going to lie. Fishing with Tome doesn't sound guaranteed enough here. So we'll make plays. We'll make plays and see what happens, right? It's just too mana inefficient. Or do we just do it? Nah, let's just do it. Whatever, let's just do it. Okay. Well, this still worked out in a way where we could snaps and have our 3-attack turn into set channel. Wow. Okay. Well, those pretty good draws. Pretty good draws. We'll take that. We'll take that. Hey, no. Ethan, I said Briar is actually pretty interesting. Viserai is the one with, like, other than sometimes your, Rattlebones, right? Sometimes your Rattlebones. Sometimes your... What is it called? It's not Oath of the Arcanite, like, the one that lets you, like, discard and search. It's not Arcanite Ascendancy either. Oh man, this guy's about to get absolutely walked over. The one where you discard and search your deck, the Viserai spec. Those two cards can sometimes give you lines. Sometimes. But I swear, like, every other Viserai play is just given to you. The cards just tell you what to do. Briar is not like that. I'll admit, Briar's not like that. There are some games where it's just, you are just drawing so much more damage than your opponent, and like that's why it feels really bad to play against Briar. But her lines are there. Okay, so then we'll just snatch, and I guess snaps it. There's nothing my opponent can do. Oh my god. We are gamers. We are gamers, folks. Whoa. We are so good at playing CMH with a lot of attacks. Woo! Oh, okay. I mean, that was honestly kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of fun. All right, so now we gotta blow on the Windloft. There we go. Got the one in there. What's probably a harder matchup? Maybe like Riptide is kind of awkward. I'm down to try this. Oh, never mind. They saw Briar and dipped. Right? They disconnected? Yeah, they did. Okay. Is this lobby still open? Looks like no. There are no lobbies open. Even though Oldhim is like technically going to be gone for when I care about playing the game again, I don't mind if an Oldhim joins. I think it'd be interesting. That matchup's probably pretty nifty to navigate. I'm down for it. Briar at its best. See how much fun that was? Here's the difference though. Like, orchestrating those kind of wins of, like, it not quite sticking a permanent like CMH, but, you know, setting up the arsenal. You got your Blood Rush ready, your Tunic's up, like, you're drawing up your hand, you're like, oh my god, like, this might be it. And yet the payoff, like, not even being remotely close to just what, like, playing a Briar and, or not playing a Briar, but, like, playing CMH and just, like, drawing cards that say go again, like, that just feels so much lower effort for higher reward than playing a Blood Rush properly. I mean, Brutes just don't have it good, do they? Oh, my opponent disconnected. I was supposed to pick second, though, right? In the mirror. Supposed to pick second. Not sure how much you care, but the Twitch video is down. Interesting. Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure about. Oh, it's the same guy. Wanna replay? I mean, I'm down. Okay, if that's the case, let me... what did we do last time? CMH was actually, like, probably pretty good. Or not CMH. CNC. God, the stupid Twitch integration, like, never feels good with this app. It's honestly why I kind of just gave up on it. But let's see. I'll check it out up here on the other monitor. Twitch is offline. Huh, interesting. How may I fix that, potentially? We're going to turn it off. Turn it back on. Supposedly sending data now. We'll click the link. It's weird because it says live, but there's no feed. Alright, honestly, we'll deal with that later. I don't really care about Twitch, honestly. But it is what it is. In trying to go, like, you know, more full-time, pursue every avenue, we do have to probably start streaming to Twitch, because why not? Using creepers makes Viserai much more interesting. That's fair, that's fair. Sometimes the creepers lines are interesting. Sometimes they're just very obvious. Sometimes, kind of the deal with Viserai. Okay, what do we do with this hand? I think we always just lead with Tome, because we need more info on the hand. That seems right. Let's not think about that one too much. Okay, we drew another Earth. Now paying into Sonata probably feels pretty good. It gets us the embodiment, which means E-Strike could say draw a card. So if we're planning for E-Strike draw a card, it leaves the one floating after the Sonata pitch to Rosetta. So in that case, Sonata drawing us cards, they'd have to be go again cards to really like make that plan work. Or I guess it just means we can go E-Strike for +2. I don't think there's a reason to like really want to hold these. So do you ever just like pay a ton into Sonata? I don't think so. I don't think that's right. So I guess we'll get rid of the Autumn's Touch. Just because this is the potentially playable one. We only hit the one. So I guess we can punish a little bit and just throw like the Swarming. Well, it's not really punish, like we created the embodiment already. Alright, so I'll say draw a card. It does leave us a little flexible on Arsenal here. So tomorrow. I don't know if that really felt correct. Just like that, Earthlore Surge in Arsenal definitely isn't right. So E-Strike, bottoming that, it's probably always right. But then this could have been... No, I guess because we always want the go again to get the Rosetta off here. I don't know, that seemed fine. It's just now we're forced with So Tomorrow and Arsenal. Which doesn't have value yet. We could crown it away, so maybe it just ends up being draw a card later. If we used our mana correctly, I think. Or resources. Sorry, resources. I'm not sure. Probably should have thought a bit more on the Sonata line. We'll see what other people say. Definitely no reason to pay for into Sonata. My line would have been Earthlore Surge, pitch the Autumn's Touch, E-Strike, draw card, sink the Sonata, then Rosetta and Arsenal, whatever you drew. Just play out the Earthlore Surge. Okay, 2 mana for 3. Feels bad, but I guess what else are you doing with the card? E-Strike, draw card, sink the Sonata, Rosetta and Arsenal, whatever you drew. I mean, we didn't lose any damage though. We actually dealt 1 more damage than that line though, because we got the Swarming. I guess that's just a risk you don't have to take though, basically, is what you're saying. But we did deal 1 more damage than your line. We never block on this. It's just not worth it. I guess Crown on So might be right here though. But they're going to attack with 1 more thing. You dealt 1 more damage, but stuck with So Tomorrow? I mean, this just says Crown of Providence draws you a card. I don't think it's that bad. Which we could do right here. Like, this game is going to be pretty short, and Rhinar, like, doesn't always even run CNC. So... Crown in this game, especially since there's no real on-hits, like, there's the Swing Big, but that's going to demand 2 block 3s plus an equipment piece out of you, which we'll always have up with Grasp anyway. I don't think there's any harm to just using a Crown like this. Okay. Oh, 2 more damage. You're right, Pokey. Yeah, because the Sonata dealt 1. Okay, now that we know more about our hand, I should have blocked Crown on the Pulping. Let's see. The hand is going to be, obviously, drop Channel Mount into pay for Sonata. Yeah, which means if we play the Force of Nature, then we, like, basically burn 1 Lightning Creation. Because we would have to play the Force before we commit into paying for Sonata. Do we even need to fuse the Force? Probably not, though. Like, it alone with Channel Mount is good enough, right? It seems good enough. Just by itself. Not gonna lie. Alright, best case for them is they just play like a 6 attack here. Okay. Let's do it. So, I guess we Sonata first. Same deal, we want more info. We can always get rid of the So Tomorrow. Just in case, like, some strange universe where we need to play out the Autumn's Touch, like, to deal damage this turn. Because we don't need to burn this for creation. We can't even play it. Okay, let's do pay into Sonata. Revealed Lightning Press, Force, Bramble, E-Strike. Okay, we get the 1 card here. So I guess that's what we do with the Force. We just draw a card. And then we still get E-Strike into Rosetta. Yeah, I think this turn worked out. Nice. Yeah, it seems to be like... Maybe there's a bit of variance in like making... I mean, it's a Sonata play, right? So things can go wildly up and down. Very variable card. But this is probably one of the better case scenarios. Not gonna lie. This felt pretty good. No, I don't think the Sotomaro and Arsenal isn't good enough yet because it doesn't have targets, as Ethan taught me last game. So for now, let's just... I mean, Lightning Surge and Arsenal is incredible, so obviously that feels better. Good God, the consistency of this freaking weapon. Disgusting. Okay, they kept a 5-card hand. Hit me. Hit me. Turn on my Scar. Do it. Do it. Turn on my Scar so I can Scar, Rabble, Lightning, Bramble, Rosetta, Grasp. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, they don't kill me from 25. Oh, yes, my turn 3. I drew up and just the deck decided I win the game. Oh, I love it. Oh, yes. It actually does feel pretty good. Not gonna lie. It feels pretty cool. It feels pretty cool to draw hands like this. But I've been on the receiving end so much that, like, I can't look at this hand and feel like there was any skill involved on my side. The Briar God himself in the chat is telling me that I made some misplays. Now, they worked out, though. Actually, more damage in the end. More damage in the end. But it's not like we're playing this game perfectly. The deck just kind of can give you these hands, my lord. Yes, please, hit me. Hit me, opponent. So the good news is here, they definitely turn on Scar because they attack for 6 damage whenever they play out something. So that means we will end up... Oh, okay. Or maybe they just claw twice because they have 2 action points. That's still 6 damage, which is all we were looking for. We were looking for 5 damage to turn on Scar. Oh, yeah. Please. Gimme, gimme. Holy moly, deck. This is disgusting. So there's no benefit to, like, hold when we play the Bramble Spark, I guess. Maybe what we can do with it is just, like, be cheeky about, like, our opponent just not knowing what damage we have. So there's, like, no reason to play it out first, I think. Like, we can just do it here, right? We're not pushing a hit effect on anything, but we might as well, like, hold the fact that we have a 0 for 4 and, you know, 1 for 5 in our hand. That's just insane. Whew! Saw a red as well. Saw a red as well. The skill with Briar pretty much comes down to navigating mid-range game when you don't draw CMH. That's fair. Has that been a problem we've had to face yet? Definitely not. My God. Coming in for 10, and we have 5 damage with our last card in hand. Oh no, GG's. Ah, yes. Good old non-blocks and Brute. Because Brute needs some heavy balancing, I guess. Okay, that is it. That is it for game 2. Well done. Look at that. Up to 2 wins already. It's a great day. Budget Uzuri, $90. Let's play Katsu. Katsu's probably more of a back and forth. We do actually have to respect what the Katsu is doing. Hey, good luck. This is disgusting. Hey. Calm down, Bruno. You know what else is pretty gross? Isolate into CNC. Your little Uzuri tricks can also be pretty gross. They don't just win the game on the spot, is the problem. Okay, so into Katsu, I imagine we really care about having that mid-range strategy open to us, where blocking for 4 is a big deal. So for that, the Burdens of the Past seem pretty good. They're just an extra block 4 in the deck. CNCs are also a really good pressure card into Katsu, because they don't run Crown of Providence. So I guess we take these out, but we're at 62, which definitely can't be right. I kind of want to cut 1 pre-med because I feel like this is a game where clunking with that probably feels absolutely miserable. And we did just add all these non-attacks. Not counting the ratios, but that's my gut. I want to cut one more thing. I mean, my head goes to second pre-med cut. I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that's right. I imagine it's actually pretty similar to the Briar Mirror. Should have clicked on that. We'll just do this. We will just do this. They did choose me to go first, so best case, I make a Lightning Embodiment, Grasp, and Arsenal. Which is actually not something this hand can do. That's pretty tough. That's pretty tough. So we have a hand that like could pretend it deals a lot of damage. We could Earthlore, E-Strike, Go Again, Rosetta Thorn, and leak a bit on turn 1. We end up with no Arsenal. Heavy chance that we... What does this get to? 8? No, it's actually not super likely that we'll end up with a embodiment. Tricky. I think we can just make the Arsenal Snatch. Should definitely be what our turn ends with. So let's just do Grasp. Get rid of this 2 block. I kind of want to throw the 7 though, because the Katsu might have a hand where they just don't want to block, and we can eke through the 1 for the embodiment. Or they give us equipment on turn 0, which would be quite nice. Or their hand's bad and they just give it to us and then we really helped them. It's kind of the issue. I think I'm willing to try the attack option here. I'm willing to try. I think more often than not, Katsus have hands they really want to keep these days. Absolutely no way to tell if that's true or not. It's just a gut feeling. It's just a gut feeling. I'm just hoping and praying they have a hand that they really didn't want to block with. Now, Akatsu specifically, they can do a lot of hand fixing, but like, okay, they're giving us 3 cards. These were 2 reds and a blue. I mean, seems like a pretty good hand. Blocking the exact 7. Okay. Arsenal Snatch. Now, what would have felt really bad is if they just show us like 3 blues there, right? Then we just helped them. Then all we did was give them an actual good turn going second. I think most of the time, like, you really just should not attack. You absolutely should not attack. Just do not let your opponent do any hand filtering going second. But for Katsu specifically, I was feeling it. Feeling it just a little. They did also bring in, what is that, 64 cards total? 65 cards total? Oh, so actually, I think if I looked at that, I definitely shouldn't have attacked. Because then they're basically telling me their deck is really inconsistent. If they brought in 65 cards, right? Well, that's a bit strange to me, honestly. Okay, so the hand that we're looking at is a Sonata, Lightning Surge, Snatch, and then just the random burdens that we knew we had. So, I mean, if we full keep this, it's a pretty bad rate hand, but in theory we Sonata, play Earthlore, Snatch into Lightning Surge, Arsenal whatever Sonata gave us, or play it, like maybe it leaves that line open, right? Like maybe it's a Scar for Scar, and then we like lace that in or something. Probably not the thing we should try to keep open though, because we need to worry about Mask. But just to note. Good morning, Anarchy. Morning as well, Sam. Alright, so this is where not having the embodiment from turn 0. Little rough, because now we're either looking at giving equipment on the Surging or 2 cards. I don't mind giving the 2 cards though. I don't think that's awful. Yeah, I don't think I mind that. It's just then what do we do with the Sonata in hand. We're basically hoping it hits what, like literally Scar, Ravenous, or E-Strike to really be a playable card. It's good enough odds. We might have to block with it anyway. Okay, cool. Yeah, so their hand sucked. We really like that we attacked then, because they've ended up doing nothing with their turn. Maybe to the point where we could have just let it hit. I don't think that's ever right, though, because then Katsu gets to fix things. Okay, Sonata, let's see it. Oh, we got the Ravenous. It's what we talked about. It's what we talked about. Okay. Well, let's lead with the Ravenous. It is only a 2. Yuck. Well, that hurts. I don't think the eat it all and come back is right, though. See, the problem with that is, even though the lead off of that turn looked really bad, the Katsu trigger lets them fetch the whelming, and the turn gets immediately worse. So there's no way I just like eat the surging like that. That normally ends up being a terrible misplay almost every time. So now, I think if we throw Snatch, they're likely just to be a little bit scared of snaps. They probably shouldn't be, but most people are. So if we're cycling out the Snatch here and putting Lightning Surge in, that feels pretty good. Snatch on a 0 card hand is when it gets like true full value, but because they have the Battle Worn 1 pieces in, I think that's like a little too far off for me to really care. So let's just throw the Snatch right now. Make sure we get the Lightning Surge go again in Arsenal. Possible. Yeah, okay. We like this. We like this a lot. We have the Tunic coming up. So our 3 card hand is Nimblism, Lightning, Grasp, Rosetta. That seems pretty good. If we want to scale this hand, it really becomes a question of like forcing go again on E-Strike, which is a really bad rate. I don't want to do that. So I think ideally we just kind of do that first play and then set the new Lightning Surge in Arsenal, block with the E-Strike. Blocking with the E-Strike feels fine anyway, right? It's a 3 block. 3 block. If they allow you to hit with Snatch, you crack the Snap since you know the Sotomaro is on top. Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah. The fact that we knew what was on top is a big deal. Snaps for 5 damage is pretty relevant. Okay, the opponent is really doing nothing. I didn't even notice they threw Ancestral. So now this is only almost giving us free reign to do the E-Strike draw card, because E-Strike draw card makes your cards worth 2.5 damage per. Whereas right now, if we block with E-Strike, it's only getting 2 value out of the card, so technically it's more, but then we're not getting the Lightning Surge in Arsenal. So I think the Lightning Surge in Arsenal is still just more relevant. The game's just such a high life total right now that I don't think pushing means anything. I don't know why they did that. Ancestral Empowerment in Arsenal is way better than a random draw, but is what it is. Okay, we do this, and then we turn Sotomaro into 5 damage. You're running Briar and lost to Michael Fang at your RTN. Got your invite. Ryan, you're going to be the freaking reason she's at 998. You. It's okay. It's okay, Ryan. It's all right. Just got to breathe a second. We're going to live with Rosetta in another format. It's just, it is what it is. I've come to accept it. We're just going to exist in a world where turning 1 blue into 5 damage is just, it's easy. It's free. Okay, I think we liked this. We've got Tunic as well. Now we've got a turn that... Wow. Okay, I mean, we can block 4 with Burdens and not feel too bad about it. And our hand is still incredibly live. It's even like a Snaps for Rosetta type deal. Not worth it, I think. Not worth it. The problem is going to be blocking for 4 is likely to turn off the Scar, because I don't think they deal enough damage on this hand. But like, I kind of want to let him try. You know, good luck, opponent. You can try. So we're gonna see their whole hand here because they have to pay to name it, and then they're probably gonna Katsu trigger. Discard a Lord of Wind. Okay. They get their bonds. So this is a really free block for us with Burdens of the Past, and it's actually the right card for us to turn on Scar for Scar. Because this is going to fetch something new. So we're going to block for 4. They did get Dishonor. Dishonor isn't fully live though, right? Because it... Wait, is it? It needs Surging, Descendant, Bonds. Okay, and they named the Be Like Water Surging. They did play Descendant, and they have Bonds. Okay, so we do have to let them get the Mass Trigger here so that we just block Dishonor. We'll have to block Dishonor for 6, which is not a big deal because we've got Burdens and Grasp up. So it's really just giving them the Mass draw here. But the Mask is just an arsenal. I don't think that really matters then. It's not something they can use this turn. I guess the biggest punish would be like they draw a Razor. You know, if they really draw Razor from Mask, sure, opponent. You do you, opponent. This is really to play around breaking skills. It's not likely that they have the Ancestral because they played one, they pitched one. Yeah. Either way, like this is how we block around it, right? Or do we give the Snatch? I don't think we give the Snatch. No, we... Oh yeah, no, we definitely don't give the Snatch. What am I talking about? Because our turn is just these cards. Yeah. We don't even have to attack with the Snatch in theory, but we're going to pump it to 7. We're going to hold the Nimblism until the Snatch. Whereas the other line would be play Nimblism on these and then just Tunic for Rosetta, save Snatch. And I think because we have the pump on Snatch, yeah, let's do that. Cool. Alright, lead with Scar. There's no big punish on us breaking the combat chain with Nimblism later. And they're sacking their equipment. Oh god, they are going to hate this Nimblism. Sorry, opponent. That is not the right play, my friend. Singapore Calling could save us from the green bean. It could. I know Singapore has some good Briar players, so I'm hoping for that. I'm really hoping for it. Please, oh please, Singapore, bring us home. Battle-hardened LA as well. Am I running Chronoseeds? No, it's not my list either. We're really not trying to think too hard about being a Briar player, all right? It's not for me. But we're gonna play her today before she potentially is announced to be LL tomorrow. But no, this is not a spicy list. There's no Chronoseeds in here. It doesn't have the Nathan tech. This is just normal good stuff, I'm pretty sure. They have another Flick Flack. Is that all 3 reds? That is all 3 reds that we've seen. A little annoying, but we did do the right play in saving the 7 till the end. I guess they probably, if they wanted to play defense on this turn, they could have Flick Flacked early. Use that 1 card combo to block here, and then the Snatch is more open to just hit him. So I guess well done from my opponent. They played around the Nimblism Snatch pretty well. Interesting. Well done. Okay, actually, knowing that we have the pre-meds in the deck, maybe we should have done the Tunic Rosetta line then. Huh. Yeah, because now this card kind of sucks. We don't want it in Arsenal. It probably just blocks 3 here. I mean, we have a 2-card 8 in theory, and we can block 6, which probably feels pretty good. Yeah, because this doesn't turn into 5 damage. Rosetta's not active. They used Hardened Crossstrap. On their turn, they blocked with a Flick Flack and a Whelming. Do they have another natural Whelming in hand? I guess it doesn't matter. They're going to find one anyway. So we should block it. If we let this hit, they search the Whelming, then we're going to just block 6 on the Whelming anyway. Yeah. So it's a question of really calling their bluff or not. The difference being 5 damage. We haven't seen any red whelmings. I feel like they just have it. I'm getting that feeling. Hello, hello, David. I'm getting the feeling they just have the red whelming. It looks a little too likely. You know, like they blocked with the breaking skills. They're ready. They're ready to try to just blow me out with the whelming. So I'll take it. I'll take it. Ellie is the real Briar main? That's news to me. Ah, they didn't have it. You dog. I was even gonna block 6. Concealed Blade wouldn't do anything. Oh, it's a Descendant in Arsenal. Okay. Less scared of this overall. I mean, it is more damage. Yeah, it is more damage, I guess. Maybe I do always have to block that then. Yeah, because them searching out the red bonds is how they race Briar's damage. That card alone is a 1-card 8, right? Like, we never beat that. I wonder, yeah, playing around whelming's probably not even like the scariest part of Katsu anymore. It's really just how fast can they tutor out the bonds lines. That makes sense, honestly. That makes sense. And this is going to be a Dishonor again, right? Because they can bonds, they can banish Dishonor, get the last Dishonor. So we're really going to commit to blocking out everything. It needs to be 5 on the Dishonor again, which is where these cards are going to go. If we want to turn off the mass trigger, then we're going to block 4, I guess, on bonds and make them use breaking skills. Yeah, definitely a misplay. Definitely a misplay. Whelming isn't the scary card in this matchup. Bonds is the scary card in this matchup because all they're trying to do is race. Alright, we're going to make them use breaking skills on this. For a random arsenal card. I don't know if they'll do it. They probably will. In theory, they're, you know, going to trade 4 value on that card. Deal +1, draw a random card. Baseline should be worth 3. Not always, though, because Katsu does have a lot of the blues, right? Okay, they don't do it, so we're pretty happy with how this worked out then. They can't breaking skills this. We get a 0 for 4. Maybe that wasn't the worst, then. Returning a 0 for 4 is high value, obviously. We tutored out their possibility of ever getting a Dishonor again. They have 1 more bonds. But we are behind on the damage trade quite a bit. Ooh, this is a little scary. I don't want to say draw a card, obviously. I think Quicken's probably pretty safe. All that allows them is some like weirdo combo starter lines, but I don't think that's the scariest thing. Most of their stuff says go again these days. I think the Quicken always happens, and then because I'm running out of equipment, gain a life feels like it matters, but it probably doesn't. They're also low on equipment. I don't think I should say gain a life, but what does 18 really matter? If they have 1 more bonds lines in them, then their turn can likely pretty quickly go from 5, 10, 14, 18 damage. Is pretty reasonable. I doubt 1 makes a huge difference, but I'm like kind of into trying it. Yeah, let's do that. Ooh. At least these block 4. These do at least be blocking 4. Quicken is absolutely wasted here. Well, I guess not really. It lets us do Quicken into Rosetta, so it's a 2-card 8. And their turn sucks. Oh, wow. Alright, we might have found a way back into this. Oh, well, no, hold up. That has go again because of the Quicken. Ah, I see. I see. I was gonna say, if that's all their turn was, then, you know, if our turn is CNC into Rosetta and they have an arsenal and then we set up channel, that's quite the flip. That is quite the flip. Getting full value block 4 feels pretty good, but I don't want to give them a random mass draw this turn, which is pretty likely if next they go Kodachi and then attack with like one other thing, which means we'd give up channel mount to block that out. But we also risk their turn just being like Kodachi, Kodachi, Arsenal, and then we waste 4 life. I don't think we can do that. Oh, that's actually, I forgot about that. The Katsu trigger works on anything that hits, not just ninja attack action cards. Oh, that's a funny interaction. I probably could have blocked 6 then and felt pretty fine about it. Yeah, this can hit. You're fine. If they just naturally drew their 3rd red bonds here, feel pretty bad. Oh, it's yellow bonds. Still feels pretty bad. We do have to give the 4. They get a whelming, which at this point is just 3 damage, I guess. Do we even care about the CNC anymore? If that wasn't the case, then we probably should have saved the CMH for Arsenal. Yeah, I actually think, I think we don't CNC. Wait, sorry. Can we redo one thing? I think I don't actually care about attacking this turn. Oh, shoot. Oh, sorry. Undo the turn. We can fix. Start of this turn. Here we go. Yeah, I think because we know they're not going to be an arsenal, there's no reason to want to keep the CNC. Is going to be the difference there. So we still block here. We'll just arsenal the channel mount. That's going to be our way back into the game. It seems better. Then we let this one hit last time, I believe. Yep, and then it was a bonds. And then we block the bonds. Yeah, not blocking surging is absolutely how you throw. We just hadn't seen any red whelmings. It really felt like their 3 unknown cards, they had 2 in hand, 1 in arsenal, was a red whelming. Just felt it. Tried to make the call that they just already had it naturally, and they didn't. They instead pivoted into the bonds line, which, knowing the matchup better, is what I should be more scared of anyway. Is them just fetching out 3 red bonds every time. Alright. We can somehow hold this hand. It's at least channel mount playable. Starting to look really iffy though. We don't really know what else happens with this hand. Like at all. Yeah, that was kind of the last window. Last time we had enough life to try to play CMH. I don't think it's going to matter anyway. We won't be able to tank it. Funny enough, the Gorg Tome, like, here exactly is kind of rough. I would love to know whether I can, like, block with, you know, this X card in my hand. We don't have enough armor to even pivot it anymore. Ooh, boy. Well, we can pretend no blocks actually gets us there. What happens though? They draw a card. They get Katsu trigger. Katsu will pull the spinning wheel kick, of course. They have one left because they blocked with one here. That then comes in for 5. We'd go down to 3. It has go again. They would have 2 cards in hand still. Pretty likely that anything they do just deals 3 damage. Yes, I don't think we can say no blocks, unfortunately. Even the play I want to make, even the play I want to make of Nimblism Crown isn't good enough because they're definitely going to breaking skills here. The game is getting tight enough. And them pulling out the other red spinning wheel for 5 is pretty strong. This feels absolutely miserable. The Gorgtome is just so much unknown information here. I would love to know what this card is. We could pretend, right? There's a world where we pretend that this draws an attack. We go channel mount attack, like draw something. If it's not an attack, this is absolutely miserable. But we don't really have good options anyway. We're basically giving up on the CMH if we block Swarming Crown here. Try to make this a blocking card, but then our hand is really trash. All we know that we could potentially return is the Swarming. Yeah, I think let's do this. No, oh god, that can't be right. Oh no, that can't be right, because if the Gorgtome isn't an attack, then like what are we doing? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't decide. I'll choose. Okay, okay. Here, we'll just do this. We'll just do this. That's fine. Lock it in. Lock in the block. They have their last ancestral anyway. And breaking scales. Okay, well, it's a good turn for them to draw that stuff. Making use out of their 4-card hand that we put no pressure on. Whew, pretty rough. I don't think we were ever blocking 6 there, though, because we saw 2 ancestrals. They played one and pitched one. So on turn 7, for them to see their 3rd one, I don't think we're ever playing around that. Right? Because that's... Well, they're shuffling, right? So the fact that they pitched one doesn't really matter. I guess that's fair. Well, now we just eat it. Your last card can't deal 6 damage. I know that. Oh my. There's no way out of this game. I don't think there's anything, like, there's no ideal draw there except our last snatch, I guess. Our last snatch is, like, really all we could really hope for on the Gorgtome. Then our turn is at least stick channel, throw snatch. Has go again, so even though if the hit effect doesn't go through, that means we took 3 cards. We tunic Rosetta. Not the reality, though, and now we don't have a hit effect hand. We won't have channel either. But who knows? Maybe they draw a dud hand. Let's see it. Arsenal the Weave, really just for Crown of Providence here. I think the big throw turn, though, was, funny enough, going for the snatch instead of just Tunic Rosetta. We hadn't used Tunic counter yet. So turning it into 1 for 4 just would have been like good value at any point. We'd have Tunic up again anyway at this point in the game because that was only like turn 5 or so where we had that line. And then the Premeditate would have actually been live and we could have changed how we play the return hand when they had the bonds play. That's probably the big throw. Playing around Premeditate, right? Like knowing that we need to sometimes make weird calls because drawing into Premed needs to do something. That was definitely a big deal. Definitely a big deal. They did go to 9 though, and they didn't pitch a blue. Like, maybe we're still in this. I don't want to, like, pretend too much, but being able to keep the tome probably is a net benefit. You're really just trading... You're trading 2 cards for 3. It's net positive, right? Plus halfway to an embodiment. So that's kind of what we want to end up keeping, I think. So then Crown to block on the Surging needs to partner with, like, Autumns, I guess, to play around the last Ancestral. I don't think they have the last Ancestral. Let's just do this. Funny enough, I'm like kind of considering the sync on Exude just because I'd love to get another block 3 even, so we have more options on the block because the tome is going to hopefully draw us into attacks anyway. We've seen a lot of unplayables in a row. Man, that is just asking for so much, though, in terms of what we're able to keep. That can't be right. Because we need to keep these 3 cards. Trading 3 cards for 3 is all it is. Nah. There's no way, right? There's no way we get to keep the tome hand. So the tome hand just sucks. I think this whole turn is a throw here. They still have 3 cards. Very likely they're going to force us to block more. So let's just get this out of Arsenal as a blocking card. Well, if they don't, then I'll feel pretty dumb. But I guess at the same time, we can maybe pivot into a CMH play. Interesting. E-Strike for 7. Okay. I think we just give them the 7. God, the problem is, like, this in Arsenal is just bad. Like, we don't get a chance to play this anymore. We just don't. But keeping one of these random blues to try to, like, snaps, grasp Rosetta, I mean, that sucks too. I think we'll just pretend that channel mount sticks somehow. They could definitely draw duds. They could. 0 for 4, but no on-hit effect. They don't even have to respect the instant activation on Exude. They give us a bonds. Okay. We did get an embodiment through. That seems like a big deal. Although we're dead pretty soon to the Kodachi Whittle. If they have the Razor, we always just die to it. I don't think we're playing around it. We're going to hold out on taking Kodachis as long as we can. Which is basically just this turn. This turn, and that's it. So we really just want to see Sonata hit the Autumn's Touch. That's our only line to victory. Is that even possible? We pitched 1 and we just blocked with 1. Yeah, so it's really not likely at all. Jeez. This could technically block a 4 if they attack with one more thing. So I do feel like I should hold it, but this could be wrong. This could feel very wrong in the end. Okay, no, it felt fine. It was right. Oh, we did it. Okay, that is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Swarming's not the right card there to really matter, but that's pretty funny. We actually got it. Yeah, this is the problem. They don't have to give us any real cards. They get to keep their 4-card hand, and we have to be terrified of Kodachis. And they throw breakpoints, so the game is just over. It's pretty funny. We almost got there. Yeah, I think it was really the premeditate inefficiency that came up mid-game. That was pretty awful. Pretty awful. Also, I'm not sure if that turn of deciding to just block out more arsenaling the CMH was worth more than throwing CNC, and the CNC just didn't do anything. So maybe that goes back to the previous turn cycle being wrong anyway, of getting the quicken from Coax. That was just really random that he had the CNC there and got really good use out of the quicken token. But maybe we just don't say quicken then. We still had snaps up. So how likely is it we get to keep like 2 real hands where getting use out of the quicken happens and like getting use out of the snaps happens? So maybe that's like a huge misplay too, is even getting the quicken there. Yeah, a couple interesting moments, sure. We go to 1. Is it the last ancestral? Show it to me. I mean, this is just so over anyway. We can't block everything this turn, because it's either like give up 2 cards here, they Kodachi. We have to give up a card there, and then they just attack with 1 more thing. This is pretty much guaranteeing they win though, because they'll just discard and get the bonds. So yeah, I guess in theory I should have blocked 1 more here. But it's just over no matter what. I'll make them fetch it, and then we'll just take lethal damage on the next attack. Yeah, there's no 1-card 5 block, unfortunately, so this always takes 2, right? And then Kodachis take 2 more, and then any card kills me. Yeah. Oh, and they have Razor anyway. Okay. Nice, dude. GG's. Interesting game. Very interesting game. Ended up a lot closer, but I think that was really just because of the Lucky Sonata. Although, what did the CMH do there? We played 2 cards for +3. We played 2 cards for a Nimblism, basically. But, in theory, if it sticks and we can keep another 0 for 7, like, that's where the value comes in. So, bad value in terms of what was actually played. But for how we would win the game, I think that was still fine in the end. Yeah, cool. I liked that game. That is 2-1. 2-1 so far with Briar. I'm digging it. Yeah, we go second. Hey, good luck. No reason to just get disrupted for no reason. Into Uzuri. Probably want to run over 60. Could be the contract list. So the give and takes probably get put in just for that alone. The infectious hosts do work, I would imagine. In adding in all the extra attacks, maybe we want to balance out the sonatas by adding in some bonds. And so the game looks like this, perhaps. The board, rather. With all these extra cards, why not add 1 lightning press? Could be fine. Don't run over 60, just put in all 3 give and takes and you're fine. Okay. Good advice. Is that it though? Infectious Host would probably do something, right? Infectious Host seems pretty good. I don't know. Maybe even over like a Scar for a Scar. Uzuri doesn't deal that much damage. It's really disruption. So we're likely to get ahead on the damage race. You can swap Exudes. Yeah, okay, that's fine. 1 is relevant enough, sure. Let's do it. Exude is better than Scar in the matchup. Yeah, that's more so what I was thinking, but we'll let it be. We have them both in hand. They're probably just getting blocked with this turn anyway. Unfortunate reality. Oh, Jesus. So if we want to play around like a death touch, right? Is really all we care about, a death touch. Then we block with 3. Although, maybe we don't care because we have Infectious Host, so I think we can just do this. That plays around Surgical. Anything else they swap in is just 2 damage. If it is the Death Touch, then we swap it right back with Infectious Host, which is kind of cool. Or we just give the extra card now and save 2 life. I just... Like, what if the Runeblade thing happens, you know, and I just draw no attacks? If that's the case, then it's blocked with Nimblism. But Nimblism is just such good value. I think we're fine like this. I'm gonna try it. Okay, they don't swap anyway. Good. Ooh, interesting. Okay, Gorg Tome. Weave Earth. Nice. That's a 5 damage draw. We like that. We go Nimblism now. Infectious Host likely to get value later, so we can go Coax. I guess. Coax into Grasp Rosetta is probably what we do. But if Coax hits, we don't say Quicken because that would crack on the Rosetta. I guess we could say it and then just play Infectious Host out. I mean, they're going to block it anyway. Let's be real. They're going to block it anyway. I think I would say... Yeah, I mean, it's blocked here. That's a D-React, 100%. I probably still would say Quicken, though. Maybe Quicken draw a card. If it really hits, then it would be Quicken draw a card. And we go Infectious Host into the Rosetta play. Arsenal the other card. But it's not what happened. If Coax hits, you do nothing? Why not? Uzuri is not very card efficient. Like, there's high chance there that the card they draw is just, like, gonna turn into a Spider's Bite. I think that's fine. Well, this hand kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. Wow. Does that mean we just give up Crown then in the hopes that we fix it? It also plays around the fact it might be CNC. I think we have to try. Otherwise, this hand is just absolute garbage. That's at least gonna trigger the go again on Swarming, which is nice. Okay, Nourishing doesn't proc though. Okay, so Swarming gets go again now because it'll create the embodiment of Earth when we play it. So then we can go Swarming into Snatch. Think about Snap Snatch. Or if we're thinking about Snap Snatch, then do we just lead with Snatch? Watching you navigate the lines for Briar makes me think you'd enjoy more defensive Vis. Absolutely not. I despise Viserai with all my being. I'm sorry. I cannot enjoy Viserai. 0%. I actually did like the OTK playstyle back in the day. Funny enough, even that's like more uninteractive than what you do now. Viserai is just, it's my least favorite hero in the game. It doesn't bring me any joy. Literally 0. I've tried. I think if we're snapping anyway, then it's Snatch, right? Then it's Snatch first. Just in case. And then we go into the next Snatch. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm down to snaps. Whatever. Don't snap. I want to snap, though. I want to snap, though. They obviously de-react this, but then we go Swarming into another Snatch. And basically take the whole hand going into Channel Mount. Maybe that's the kind of hand you just give up on, though, in Briar. You just say, it's not very good. It's just not very good. Yeah, you snap and force him to have it. I mean, we're threatening 2 snatches this turn. This is pretty easily blocked though. They give us a card in black tech. Or they have another D-React. Okay, they gave it to us. So they want this 3-card hand really badly. Tells me it's likely swap into Disruption, then that last card is either a Shred to make sure it goes through, or it's something they really want in Arsenal, which would be maybe like a second Isolate. They are about to go into Tunic turn, so it could be as easy as like blue into CNC, and they just want to Arsenal a swap for later. It could be like an Oasis. I don't know if they really run that though. This wasn't the fatigue list. They could be waiting to play that. I want to put the CMH in Arsenal, but it's more vulnerable in Arsenal. I want to do it though. So tomorrow with Tunic is about to be a thing, but nah. Alright, goodbye CMH. It's Isolate CNC. Snatch was pure damage, so Rosetta was better. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Although we didn't have... Oh, we did have the Earth Embodiment already. Yeah. Yeah, so pitching into Rosetta. Just better. Same 4 damage. Alright, Isolate CNC. Here it is. Or Shakedown. If it's Shakedown, we're definitely fine with that. The reds are good here. Oh, it's a yellow Death Touch. I'll take that any day. Thank you, opponent. What on earth? What on earth? Heck yeah. Give me that. Alright. We liked that. We liked that a lot. I didn't know they're running yellow Death Touch these days. Sheesh. Oh, if they let the 1 damage through, Swarming gets +1. Value. Yeah. Good stuff. We have Inertia, so this is just dealing damage here. I mean, we'd say Quicken, right? We say Quicken every time. Quicken token, thank you. Pretty good. Pretty good. That was underwhelming from the Uzuri. It definitely was. That's not what I expected when an Uzuri fights to keep a 3-card hand. That is not what I expected. Now snaps? We don't need snaps. We've got the Quicken up. Our turn is fine. Our turn is fine. Okay, it has Go again. Does that matter at all? No, I don't think so. So we have the Force of Nature. Force of Nature threatening the draws feels pretty good here. It's not like we have an Inertia, right? So we want to go for the Easter egg draw card. It's the highest value with the Quicken. I guess the question is, yeah, do we Force of Nature first? We probably should, right? Or is this the card we're bottoming into attacking an Arsenal? Nah, that can't be right. I guess the other option is we just go for like this kind of thing with the Quicken. E-Strike, Go again into Lightning Surge. I kind of also like how that looks though. You know, because then the Channel Mount gets 9 value this turn if we just play it that way. 7, 8, 7. I think I like that better. But if we say the E-Strike draw a card, then that eats up the Quicken, and our turn is it's only 1 more attack. I don't think that's what we want to do. Yeah, I think we want 3 attacks. 3 attacks seems better than any other line here. This is only our first CMH, so... No, I don't think playing the Force of Nature does anything for our turn. Like, they can easily block out the first 2 attacks. And then, like, the turn's just over. Like, they absolutely would just commit a hand. If we play Force of Nature there, then they just commit the hand and our turn's over. No, this is the most damage we could do this turn. Because our opponent's not dumb. They are not going to let the Force of Nature hit. I mean, they're at 2. Like, come on. They have no AB. Rosetta just wins the game. Like, there's no reason to go crazy with it, people. There's no reason. Man, this is like the easiest no blocks of matchup of my life. Like, you'd think Uzuri, you're like, oh no, I have to worry about blocking. I don't know. She just doesn't deal enough damage to deal with Briar, I don't think. Ooh, I actually have all this. I have coffee and breakfast I haven't touched yet. Briar's too interesting, who knew? Oh, they took the swarming. Okay. I mean, that's fine. We throw a 7 with 1 arcane. Wait, no, we just win, right? We can just grasp. Is that greedy? Like, what if they run sigil? What if they run sigil? I'm doing it. I'm doing it anyway. Okay, no, it's over. GG's. Okay, cool, opponent. Let's blow on that win rate. Nice, nice. Look at that. 3-1. Interesting stuff. Let's find like a ranger though, you know. How do you beat Lexi? From what I heard from Nathan Crawford, who's in the chat, what up? It's a value game with Lexi. Value, value, value. It's about 0 for 4s. It's about blocking. Getting those 4 blocks to work for you. Do a lot of heavy lifting. Block out the endless, the searing shots, the Boltons. I'd like to see how that kind of game plays. Dorinthia. Okay. Me personally, I have pretty good experience against Dorinthias, but none at all with this deck. Probably a strange one to navigate. Like, they're hoping that you just say no blocks the entire game. Like, they want you to just let their Dawnblade get massive. But we do need to care about that kind of play pattern, so pretty sure like we just want good blocks in our deck. I think I want to cut 1 pre-med. Yeah, I mean, I almost want to get rid of the Gorg Tome, not gonna lie, just to go up to the extra 4 blocks in the deck. I don't know if that's right though. Get Sant to start counting cards. That literally has not mattered at all these games. These games have been won on draw sequence. There's like, the only time that like counting would have done something was probably to convince myself that the Sonata wasn't going to hit the Blue Autumn's touch, but then it did anyway, you know? I think I'm going to cut, do you ever cut an Earth card? That's probably insane. I want, screw it, let's just do that. Let's just do that. Maybe if they start playing Ice now, then what Nathan says is correct. Oh, you mean in terms of how to value trade with Alexi? Oh my god. The nourishing start. We can't compete with that. Alright, time to give Tunic, Grasp, and E-Strike, right? That's what you should do. Okay. We deal with it. It is what it is. They're running Skullcap, so we do like that we brought in the CNCs. I think we always would anyway, but to note they can't crown out of a situation is pretty good, actually. CNC might be a strong pivot late. We could also draw it now, and that'd be nice, but we didn't. In fact, this hand sucks. Actually, you know what? There was no reason to block with E-Strike, I think. Seeing the hand, we know that no matter what, our turn could be Rabble into E-Strike draw. And, like, that's good enough. Yeah, I think blocking the E-Strike is a bit of a throw. Because now what do? Pretty much nothing. We just have to burn one of these cards just to turn on Rosetta. Rough. Well, we don't want to show them that that's how bad our turn is. If this is a 2, then we're really in trouble, though. Woo! Ah, okay. The 4 blues in a row. I'm starting to understand. I get it. Although they did give us embodiment. I did not expect that. So then that means I want to hold this, funny enough. Do I really just grasp Rosetta and not burn a card for 2 extra damage? Like, I want to hold the burdens. I want to hold it. Just because it blocks 4. This is probably pretty wrong. But we'll try it. We'll try it. Just because they gave us the embodiment. This turn does not return a 0 for 4 pretty easily. Not gonna lie. I throw 6. So if we want to be smart, we block 9. But they have a 4-card hand, so they probably just go way beyond. Well, at least it's not like a glistening turn or anything. That would have been nuts. On a 4-card hand like this, they lead with the glistening and then start playing this out. We have a pretty easy way to block 9 at least. We just drop a bunch of these. I mean, it's what we're supposed to do. Not like the hand does anything better, but with 4 cards in hand, they absolutely get around this. Like, if they don't, what on earth is their deck doing? Blocking 12. Yeah, I mean, they don't have a Twinning Blade out for that, which is nice, because they led with Warriors, which is conditional. So we'd have to throw in the armor piece to get it to 12, which sucks. But then we're just giving them a hand that they probably really like into an arsenal, into... Once again, being on the back foot without an embodiment of Earth. I don't think that ever wins the game, you know? If they get a counter here, then when I throw back a 0 for 4, they will absolutely block with equipment to just deny the embodiment and throw it again. Yeah, so, ugh. This looks like absolutely miserable, but I do think we have to do that. They have so much armor that if we really just kind of let them hit us and get the counter, us keeping a 0 for 4 doesn't do enough. Oh, they have an overpower anyway. Nice. Okay, you got something else, though? That's what I'm saying. On a hand that big, they should have something else. I mean, watch. They pitch like a blue here. They get a little pump going. They swing a Dawnblade again. Maybe even activate Brave Forge because it only costs 1 for the pump. It's pretty gross. So they pitched a red for this. What on earth? What are they gonna get? Just like Iron Song? If they really get... Opponent, calm down. What on earth just happened? That is not what you do. If they really are pitching for Iron Song here, why? Just play the Iron Song and then pitch the singing. Yeah, come on. There you go. No, don't play the singing. Take that back. Come on, opponent. Okay, yeah, opponent clicked a lot of buttons. They got really giddy. But this is, yeah, this is like worst case. This is worst case. They just get around whatever block anyway, and then we return nothing. So, yeah, it's pretty bad. Definitely looking pretty rough here. If we let the first on blade through, then on the second, they'd pay into bracers, and they would make this entire play again, and they would just pay for the singing instead of playing Iron Song. Would they have enough resources for that? Because then they'd be one over anyway. I don't care about tracking that. I think whether we block the first or second, they still get over by one. And that'd be if we, you know, block 12 on the second swing, which we probably don't do. So with their hand, I think they just get over whatever we do. They had the red overpower and a singing, so the toolbox is wide open. And an Iron Song. Like, you know, they do just kind of have it. Hand returns a 2-card 8, in theory. No embodiment does make this pretty rough, though. Like, we need to pretend that this actually gets us there, you know? Gotta pretend. That's all we got. A route. Okay. So nothing mattered. Thank you, Dorinthia, for just having it. Yeah, so I think the nourishing start definitely was a big deal there. Definitely factored into the good red draws here, but they didn't get a second counter going, which is pretty relevant. I guess we do this. Is there a point in if we lead with Tunic? Like, do we have to do it that way, actually? Just in case we draw like another blue and then we have to play the So from hand to trigger it. Can we even play the So? There's not a target, right? Yeah, so this has to get pitched here anyway, I think. Well, we like that draw. Rewarded. Tunic is relevant if you drew E-Strike. Okay. Good point. Good point. See, but now we look super smart. Is it still better to Tunic Rosetta now, Arsenal the Snatch? We already have the embodiment. So I think in the way we're supposed to play this matchup, that is just a bit better. We already have the embodiment. We want to keep our 1-for-4s on the table at all times. Threatening the card draw, actually a bit more relevant here because Skullcap isn't on. So they have to block with these two. Still pretty easy for them though. Still very easy for them. I think maybe our way to win is if they get really greedy and just crack Courage. Just do it. Just crack Courage. Some Dorinthias do it. It's very wrong, but some do. Good reds, opponent. Good reds. This hand blocks pretty well, though. that's at least on the table. Just blocking 9. At this point, blocking 9 doesn't play around the other singing. They've got 2 more singings. Doesn't play around the twinning blades. Doesn't play around even a blue overpower. Doesn't play around another route. Plays around any of the 1-for-3s and the iron songs. If it's a twinning, it's a twinning. If it's like the overpower lines, then if we just dump the whole hand, it's more relevant. We're never actually playing that. That definitely gets committed to the block. It's not a no point juggling with that. I guess this protects from blue overpower, right? Blue overpower is, yeah, only +4. So I don't hate this. I don't hate this, with the idea being we kind of guarantee we have 2 back-to-back 0-for-4 hands. One probably eats equipment, and then the second one has some relevancy. I think we have to do it this way. Nah, but 12 is like a pretty nice number on this. It just doesn't do anything about twinning. Not like we can. Twinning is just twinning. If we keep Snatch and they play the twinning, then we're blocking Snatch and like Crown and hoping that 4 is enough. That doesn't feel pretty good. I think we're just gonna pretend. Pretend they don't have twinning blade. Okay, doesn't seem like a twinning. Eventually it will be, though. But we got the Dawnblade reset, which is pretty strong. Okay, we'll take that. They 100% block this. It's probably Skullcap and like Brave Forge or Courage. Courage is more likely so that they get value out of it, right? In case they want to pop it soon. That's a bit unfortunate. We turned on their Skullcap, but that's just due to the Rosetta damage. Yep, that's the exact block we said. This hand returns a 0-for-4, and Arsenal is a 0-for-4, and blocks for 6. That's not awful. They are already showing us 6, though. And now it doesn't have go again, so I think we say no blocks. And we just have to pretend. If all they do is go tall, this really hurts. Our turn is absolute garbage. Like, we turn this into 1 damage with Grasp. We throw Swarming and Commotion, and it's just, oh my god, awful. Okay, they cracked Refraction, actually, without blocking with it. That's a small win. We gotta take the minor victories. We dealt them a damage. It comes back in, this time for 4. So if we want to try to be smart, we're going to block 7 on this. I don't hate that. Let's lock it in. Lock it in. Block 7. Oh, wow. You know what? I haven't even looked at the viewer count. We got 106 people. Pretty good. What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? If you're tuning in, please, if you could, go ahead and like the stream. I don't really know what it does for the algorithm, but everyone says it's, you know, only does good things, so let's follow suit. Ah, very good value for them. Getting that piercing through. Alright, so that's 2 singings we don't have to worry about. Fortunately, it's equating into this Dawnblade counter, which we don't really like to see. And there's an arsenal that they didn't want to play. That's pretty scary. So they just naturally drew whatever hand they thought was more functional than playing out this arsenal piece. But this arsenal piece is obviously something they want. Not likely a go again card, otherwise they would have played it first. So this is probably some reaction. Could just be as easy as a 1 for 3, because the 1 for 3 just didn't make sense on that turn. Oh well, we'll see what we can play around. We'll see. Permission to smash the like button? Go for it, my friend. Okay, I feel like gaining life could do some work, some minor work. It's basically giving them back this life that they wasted on refraction. I could also just say nothing. It gave me the embodiment. On-hit embodiment is good enough for me, honestly. They don't have a... they do have a counter. But we're not really in, like, the racing stage yet. So maybe gaining life is relevant. Nah, we're not gonna do anything. Definitely no reason to give it Quicken. Spoils from hand. Well, that's a good draw because they don't have a go again in arsenal. So they were looking for one, and there it is. They come at me with Dawnblade. Gross. We're already blocked with a channel. So if we're really trying to get into the driver's seat again, it does need to be off a channel. We're about to be looking at a channel Tunic, attack in arsenal, Gorg Tome turn. But to pull that off means we're giving them 2 counters, and the channel turn definitely doesn't present lethal. So I don't think we can really make that happen. I don't think it can be this turn. That's a little unfortunate. I think we have to try to overblock this turn, return Gorg, or return Coax, and just arsenal Gorg Tome. That might be the deal. Oh, but we're not really blocking 3, are we? If we want to be safe, we block 3. Once again, though, that doesn't play around twinning. I just don't think we can take all this and give them 2 counters. If we give them 2 counters, they just ignore our channel turn. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. They just ignore it and start smacking us face, because we are likely to take probably just 10 to 13 damage this turn. Then they'll ignore everything we do and once again launch back into us. And then we're looking at, what at that point, like a 15 damage turn. And we don't have the life to play around that. So I think we need to reset the Dawnblade again and trade a bit more. No, it's not the last turn to CMH, because we just don't have to take damage. We can also just play defense. And then we'll have the option to play CMH later without them having a Dawnblade counter, is the idea. That's not playing not to lose, though. That's playing just literally read the turn cycle. They're going to deal 10 damage minimum if we don't block. And then the next turn, that means they're going to deal probably 12 damage minimum, which is enough to kill us. Just like off that alone. Oh, yeah. Unless it's twinning, right? If it's twinning, then everything sucks. Life is over. Nice. No, literally just count up the damage. We don't race from saying no blocks here. Like, we just do not. Now it doesn't work anyway. No, literally, like, do the math. Do the math on this turn. It's not hard. Dorinthia is nothing special. Just do the math. If you say no blocks here, then at minimum it was probably another 10, or it was 10 damage total that turn, right? Which is then +2 across the board next turn. And they have enough equipment and enough life to just ignore a channel turn. I don't know. I guess we could have just prayed to the high roll gods. If that was the plan and just played a high roll on the draws, there's a difference made there, I guess. There is a difference made if we just planned a high roll. But if you just play it by the numbers, then we do not win a race in that spot. We could draw a Nimblism. That'd be kind of cool. Count up the damage. You're looking at a bunch of unknown cards, though. You'd be playing the Tome of Harvest and playing the Gorg Tome. That's potentially 3 7 go-against and a blue to turn on channel. 3 7 go-against is 21, and that's an if, right? They have enough damage to ignore that in life alone. Not to mention, they can just commit, you know, armor and provide an even bigger buffer. And then they face us down with their 5-card hand with double counter, and we just try to fight for a 1-card hand to keep 7. But at that point, like, do we block out that Dawnblade? I guess it's really contextual on what they draw. I guess there is a world where we fight to just reset the Dawnblade on that turn. It's a lot of maybes. We just don't know what we draw. We don't know what they draw. But basically, if they don't have a twinning there, then this turn looks a lot better. Now I want to gain life, though. Should have gained life last time. Would have made the choice easier. Like, if they don't have the twinning, and they did play 2 Singing Steel Blades, so they had less chance to fetch it, then their turn just ends. They lose their counter, and we're, like, in this position, right? Oh, God. This premeditate is so useless. I don't think it's ever done what I wanted it to do. So our best value hand is just Gorg Tome, Scar, Tunic, Rosetta. Arsenal, whatever the Gorg Tome draws, is the best value. Well, we make that value play then. And once again, just hope it's not Twinning Blade. There's a lot this could be, though. They pump 3, go to 7, pump another 3. Then they have no floating. They can still pay for Dawnblade off a red. It's not like keeping that hand does much more, though. So we do have to just hope. Let it happen. This hand would have been nuts if you double-tomed. What? Pre-med wouldn't have done anything. We'd have Scar for Scar. Where was the Lightning Surge in this hand? Was it this card? I guess it doesn't matter. We would have seen all 4. Oh, yeah, we would have seen all 4. I think you're respecting Dori way too much here. She plays bad cards. Her deck is full of them. It's basically only block when 4 blocks line up, glistening turns. Not necessarily. Like, you do need to be smart about not letting her bad cards ramp up into good cards. The whole point is, once Dawnblade has a counter, then she's baseline got the best weapon in the game. Right? So, you let her bad cards turn into good cards if you just disrespect everything she does. That is like not the right way to play into Dori at all. Is just pretend she does nothing. Because that's not true. She does a lot. Once she gets a Dawnblade counter. What you hope to do is use an intermittent turn where she's only got like the 1 Dawnblade counter to reset. Then that next turn, she is a bad deck. The next turn when she has no counter, she doesn't do much. But I've also played against Josh Lau, so I do respect Doris because the ceiling of a good Dori player is quite high. And I think the average person does not play against good Dorinthias. If we want to deny the counter, we have to give up Crown here, which means we're really at the mercy of whatever random card the Gorganian Tome draws to be put in Arsenal. Because we want to Gorg Tome Scar into Rosetta. Sure. Oh, it's an Iron Song anyway. Oh, well done, opponent. They are just drawing very good reds. Yes, that could even be a blue there. It's still good. Not a bad Arsenal card. 2 card 7. Could be something we look for. They give us the embodiment again. Honestly, they've given us a lot more embodiments than I thought. If we can get to a spot here where 3-card block does something into like an E-Strike draw card, kind of keep up that cycle, not miss on a bad Arsenal, that's a lot of value generated. That is quite a bit. No block 4s in this hand. A little unfortunate. But a lot of block 3s. Skilled Dori players are great, but this Talishar guy that made that weird play early on with the singing and had to undo it a million times, he's not Josh Lau. Oh, when you put it that way. That's pretty true. Okay, so we might have to just give up on this turn, but it does reset the Dawnblade. This should be pretty decent. It can't be twinning. So, unless it's like a, red overpower, right? Or a third route. Jesus, man, a third route, like, sure. Also, the undos with the singing might have just been, like, weird clicks. It's not like he was trying to make a bad play. I hope. I think he was trying to very clearly just click one thing, pitch the other thing. And he was just doing it the wrong order like 3 times in a row. So I wouldn't, like, base my skill assessment of an opponent off of what is potentially just misclicks. But, like, the last game against Uzuri, right, where they kept a 3-card hand, it is literally the red overpower. Jesus Christ. What? But the last game against the Uzuri where they fought to keep a 3-card hand, that was just a swap into Yellow Death Touch. Like, then you can start to question, okay, hold up. Like, that's just wrong. This is insane. Like, look at the reds my opponent has played. Mother of God. Like, they have just had it on every hand. Now no embodiment. And we have this kind of hand. Whew. But there were opportunities to actually stay in the game, I think is the difference. If we said no blocks in the channel mount, then, we'd be fighting for our life, like literally dead to any Dawnblade swing. Opponent would be in a probably pretty similar spot, life-wise. They'd be down to probably like 8 or so. So, this is incredibly sad, but we have to pretend. It's kind of our last shot. They have 2 Dawnblade counters. We have to just pretend this gets around it. Oh my god. It did. Okay. Now they're back to playing a bad deck. But they're a bad deck, 3 life up, on a 5-card hand. We have no equipment left. So, yeah, this is when we can hopefully just, like, ignore the Dori. Not like we have a good hand, though, for this. Jesus. Yeah, no 3 blocks. And with the Iron Song, we do have to be a bit scared of them just straight killing us, actually, because of the Dominate. So that sucks. Good draws, opponent. Good draws. Normally, Dorinthia does run into a problem where, like, you just pass them a full hand and sometimes they can't do anything. Like, that does just come up. Not for my opponent, though. So to play around the fact that we could just die to the Dominate, I think we have to chump a card. Not like it's the biggest deal, because this hand doesn't do too much, in all honesty. These blues don't do anything, so they probably go. Our turn is most likely... I mean, it can't push 14, so it's not like it's really doing anything. But if we say, like, Easter egg draw a card into snaps, like, hope it's a Nimblism, throw snatch or something, like, that is the best possibility. Otherwise, if we block with these two, we just go, like, snatch, snaps, coax. Like, it's all the same deal, really. Whether we want to keep a 2-card 8 or make it a 2-card 9. We have to commit snaps either way. So yeah, we always have a 2-card 9 with this kind of hand. And just get rid of the blues, save 4 life. Feels awful. So this list doesn't run the sigils, Sigil of Suffering rather, but that could be a big difference if you really care about Dorinthia specifically. Not saying you should, but like if you're trying to tech Briar, even just a little bit for Dorinthia, Sigil of Suffering probably does a big deal here in giving you like real outplay potential, because this deck doesn't really, at least in its current build, doesn't have much outplay potential. We just have to pretend the value gets there. And it just straight didn't this game. Our opponent, like, literally played 1 blue. Like, one bad card. All these other cards, especially turn 0, Nourishing, very good cards. Very good cards. And that was just not the case for us. GG's. Yeah, nuts. Nuts first cycle. Well done, opponent. With proper setup, Dori can punch through Oldhim, so you hope to defend with 3 mediocre reactions? Yeah, I mean, that matchup is very inherently different. It's, like, in Oldhim, they have to, like, their whole deck is about playing defensively, right? So the Dorinthia being able to punch around that is because they're under no pressure. But a Briar deck attacks on a very different axis. Like, you're trading, and obviously the game fell apart at the end there, but when you're trading, your opponent isn't always keeping cards planning around the fact that you might have like an extra D-react on top, things like that. So yes, literally like a single playset of D-reacts in this matchup, in like a mid-range game like this, can go a really long way. Because Dorinthia is not playing to punch around multiple D-reacts in this matchup. Like, she's not. It's very different than comparing how a Briar plays to Oldhim. Buddy, hold up. No cap, don't even block 1 card against Dori and race. I don't know, man, you should have seen some of those early hands. They were worse value than a Dorinthia, and that's saying something. On top of that, they started with turn 0 Nourishing, so we were behind from the get-go. Your biggest piece of value is always CMH, and yet you refuse to play it when you still have some HP to spare. Okay, go back and like literally check that turn. If they don't have a twinning, that is the objectively correct play. Like, just, if they don't have twinning, then we reset the board there and continue a value play into like our next good hand. Because the Dorinthia with 2 counters in that situation is a better deck than our 1 turn of like random CMH plays. Like, do you not know how Dorinthia works? It's kind of the whole deal. She is a really bad rate deck. Everything is base 3, like every card's going to get 3 value. But the moment she starts to gain counters is when the entire math axis changes. Because now she's pushing an extra 1 damage on every weapon swing, which can happen 2 to even 3 times per turn. And the more that ramps up, the more that she has like sticky value on the board that you don't really get to interact with. You know, that's not coming from cards in deck. She then demands more cards out of you, which get punished because her baseline weapon is now breaking the math axis of like a turn cycle, right? So, just saying, like that is how Dorinthia works. I swear, most people just literally do not play against good Dorinthias. And that is a problem, because then everyone like jokes about Dorinthia like not being a good deck, just race, lol. I'm telling you, dude, you play against like Josh Lau, and you will have a different appreciation for how Dorinthias can play. And funny enough, I think that was his list. The one that he just posted. It had a lot more yellows in it. You seem to ignore the fact that Dori has a lower damage ceiling than Briar. Not in that scenario, dude. You want to go back? That was facing down a Dorinthia on 2 counters. In a situation where we would be stuck at sub 10 life. Right? Like, literally go back. Like, it's contextual, right? You don't need to argue into the void. Like, go back. Look. Icelander. Oh, this is actually a pretty bad matchup, but I'm eager to play it. Hi. Good luck. So the Icelander tab specifically put in 3 more blues. Makes sense. Took out all the pre-meds. Also makes sense. Took out the Gorg Tome. Okay. Seems right. We took the play. Yeah, I mean, we can make an Embodiment of Lightning and pass pretty easily on this hand. Is that all we do? That's probably all we go for. So if we pay into the Rosetta, is there even a point? They do have AB2. I guess we don't really care if it hits. Yeah, I don't want to pay into it. I actually kind of want to hold a blue in hand. So, no, we're not going to pay into Rosetta. Or into Sonata. Well, now it gets a little interesting. If we grab Exude, play the Force of Nature. Ah, there's no way. I mean, it's turn 0. What's the point? What's the point? I think we'll just take the Go Again card for next turn. Make the embodiment. Arsenal Easter Egg pass. And we actually want to put the Ravenous in Arsenal just in case it's Cold Snap. Oh no, because we're going to lead with Embodiment of Lightning. No, yeah, so we do want the E-Strike. Ooh, a lot of blues though. That's fine. We have E-Strike draw card. Oh, you're versing Icelander 90-10. Run away now and save yourself. Oh, well, they are once again playing a turn 0 or turn 1 Nourishing Emptiness against us. The flashbacks to last game. Do we even block? I mean, we have a lot of blues, so we probably do. Oh, wait, but we don't have the Embodiment of Earth, so I guess if we're saving life, it's Autumn's Touch. Ooh, might as well. We have a ton of blues here. It's going to be Easter Egg draw a card. I think that's fine. And this matchup's supposed to be awful, but I'm eager to see, I guess, kind of why. One Frostbite's probably just a bit too much for the cost curve, but you'd think that if sometimes you're paying a blue into just making Grasp, you know, then maybe you're blue heavy enough to kind of play through some things. We did draw a Sonata as well, which will be pretty good for activating Rosetta, so I guess we'll do it. we got this. That's a good arsenal. Cool. Come in with Rabble. Was there any difference, I guess, in playing Rabble before or after Sonata? We just subtracted a red from the deck, right? So in theory, we should have played Rabble first, I think is the difference. Oh, it didn't matter. Still a 4. Okay. And now we just Rosetta Thorn and Arsenal Surging, right? I mean, I was expecting to have to pay into AV, but my opponent doesn't seem to be doing anything. So I guess in theory, we could have even paid for Shock Charmers. That's kind of awkward. And never going to do that, but that is funny to think about. All right, Ice and Hell, but we have double blues. Oh my god. Does this freeze Arsenal as well? No, it's just damage. Okay. 3 Frostbites. And 8 damage. Okay. Did you already talk about Briar's new card? No, but I mean, you just add it because it's a blue earth card that is minorly better than some other things, right? I don't think it's doing anything too crazy. I guess it lets you just force a defensive turn with blocking with Embodiment of Earth. Which is cool, because it'll trigger when you block with it. So if you already have one, then it starts to get up there. And you can block 4 on a 2-block. Block 5 if the Unity card is a base 3. I mean, you just run it, right? Like, there's not much of an argument there. Yeah, sure. There's no reason to respond with Tunic here. It's all the same. Glad to see Mansant playing this deck at last so you can realize how fair it is. Oh, we had some very unfair games to start, but believe it or not, yeah, the Briar hands are real. I get it. Briar hands are real. So we know it's not Cold Snap, obviously, so we can lead with Lightning Surge, not care too much, but at the same time, I guess I want this to deal damage so that this has base go again. Because I can't just force go again on it with a Rune Chant creation. It's not how the game works. We do have to spend both of these on resources. We can't actually play the Force of Nature. Yeah, so I think I do have to do this. Which gives us 1 resource to play around with when they Waning Moon as well. Oh, do they actually sync? Oh, they don't. Okay, cool. So we took out the Premeditate, so there's really no reason to want to hold this in Arsenal anyway. I guess let's just throw it. Because this is an Arcane Icelander, so they actually do want to keep... Well, even a 3-card in is what Icelander's trying to keep anyway. But the Arcane Icelander specifically, like, normally can't afford to block too much, funny enough. Because they're trying to, like, pitch a card, Eisenhowl, like, play a card, fuse, put that card in Arsenal. It's a lot. Yeah, okay. Sure, we'll use Tunic on that. That seems like a fair deal. Oasis is a little weird, actually, bringing that into Icelander. It's going to slow us down a little bit, I guess, to be fair. They play an Insidious. I don't think we super mind. I mean, our turn just throws 6. If they let it hit, then we can swing Rosetta as well. Yeah, if they let this hit, it'll gain go again, and we can Rosetta, which would be, which would be nice. Wow. Okay. I mean, like, why don't we do that, right? Like, I think we're trading a card for 4. It seems right. The new card is a blue earth, which means it's a straight upgrade over Weave Earth. That alone is enough. Yeah, that's a great point. Like, you start scaling up from the worst Earth cards you're including in your deck, and just the new card is better. Like, I promise you, don't even think about it. The new card is just better than the worst blue Earth cards you're putting in already. Weave Earth is a great example. Although people who play like Amulet of Earth, I wonder what they would think and how it scales, because some people really like Amulet of Earth. Like Balake in the chat loves Amulet of Earth. You do. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. Wow, okay, we actually have freedom to play CMH? That's nuts. There's no way, right? Like, that can't happen. But it looks pretty good. Like, even if they interrupt us and we don't get to play anything, we can just arsenal the Cokes, right? That feels good enough. I almost wonder if we're supposed to... Oh my god. Wow, no response to CMH? Opponent, what are you doing? What are you doing, opponent? What's that 90-10 you're talking about, Balake? This is free! Can't say that, can't say that. I mean, I'm sure the opponent just keeps like a red Ice and Howl turn and locks me out. Wow, do I actually snaps, though? I'm, like, feeling the snaps a little bit right here, not gonna lie. A little bit. They seem to have no reaction. They seem to have no reaction. That can't be right. This might be a bait. It really might be a bait. But so far they've had no reaction, and they should have done something. So, I think I snaps. Holy moly. Okay, I guess I'll draw a card and quicken, right? Like, none of that hurts. The quicken does absolutely nothing for my opponent. The draw card only benefits me right now. Definitely don't want to gain a life, so let's do that. Oh my god. Oh my god, if they actually still don't react, look what's happening. We get a Rosetta. Woo! The amount of times opponents have forgotten that I fused that turn and then blocked 7 on a snatch. Yeah, you talk about Amulet? That, I mean, hey, that does sound pretty good. This is insane. I think we're back to, like, the really feel-good Briar games. This is... I'm at peace here. I like where we're at right now. I like where we're at. I'm here for it. Funny enough, we could have actually Shock Charmers on, like, turn 1 or whatever it was. Okay. My opponent is gonna Winter's Bite me. My turn is just... If I can keep Ravenous into Scar, right? Like, I just kind of win, so... If it's a second Winter's Bite, I really hate it. Oh, shoot, I'm stupid. Oh, I'm actually so stupid. It should have always been the blue pitch there. I mean, I have Tunic at least, but that's... Yeah, that's, like, big dumb. It should always be the... Because it has Go again. Yeah, it should always be the blue. That's fine. I have Tunic to play through the potential 1 Frostbite here. That's fine. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, huge misplay though. Absolutely huge misplay. Just honestly forgot that this had Go again. But yeah. That play line always makes sense. It wasn't going to be like Winter's Bite and a Waning Moon anyway. Especially if they see a red there. I guess that's the difference. If they see me pitch a blue, they're going to Waning Moon. If they see me do the red, like an idiot, then they'll Coronet Peak. So, they're basically forcing me to have a resource card. Otherwise, they do punish. And we had the resource card, we just punished ourselves. Oh well. This Ice is about to go into the Fab Discord and complain that Briar is oppressive. She can be. There's a little card called Channel Mount Heroic. It's pretty good. Although when you don't interrupt your opponent playing it, and you're like a deck literally built around disruption, I think that's the Icelander's fault. Like, that is quite on the Icelander here. I mean, even if you... I don't know if you actually Storm Striders that interrupt that, but my turn was very resource light, and they just let it happen. So... I mean, I think a lot of things have just not been going their way for whatever reason. None of my turns have been that impressive, honestly. And this is all I've played. This is all I've played. And they're at 1. Oh, my opponent AFK'd. Okay. Yeah, I don't blame him. Briar is... Well, we don't know if she's LL. I don't think she's LL. I do believe she's at probably 998. Like truly, I think it's that close. She's at 998 is my guess. All right, Azalea. Do we play around her getting red in the ledger on turn 0? Do we? I think we kind of do, I think. I don't know. Let's try first. Okay. Let's try first. Is it going to be the same Lexi sideboard? Well, I think Infectious Host seems pretty important, though. What sideboard is this? What's going on here? Infectious Host has to feel way better than Exude. CNCs are obviously good. Get some extra block there. Yeah, this looks pretty fine. The one change... no, yeah, one Exude is still better than, like, the one Gorg Tome. I'm thinking about, like, a Lightning Press, though, because this does get around, like, red in the ledger stuff. It just lets you have a 2-card 7. Can force through some on-hits. I'm almost more partial to this. Add in the one Lightning Press. That could be pretty wrong. But if at the end of the day, you're stuck blocking just one card against a dominated Azalea, then a Lightning Press kind of gets around the action point tax that you're going to be under. I'm going to try it. Briar's currently 982. Yeah, but that's not up to date. This last weekend of RTNs was, I think, confirmed now to be like 7 or so Briar wins. So we're not sure if that's the final count or what. But she is a lot closer to Living Legend now. You never play Lightning Press when you're playing Sonata? I don't know, I'm just saying. Actually, I think it makes sense in this matchup. Well, we can't make the Embodiment of Lightning, which kind of sucks. We can Arsenal CNC, which is kind of good. I guess we want to keep the 3 block in hand, so we'll just do... this. Sure. This is probably okay. But if they have Red in the Ledger dominate in their opening hand, won't they play it going second too? Yeah, but in theory you still get, no, you're right. Yep, actually, yes. I think that is just... Yeah, going second. The only difference there being, it doesn't feel so bad to just eat random damage because it is your real, like, first turn. No, that is true, though. That is true. We don't really care about the Lace with Inertia. Them reloading just means it's a 0-cost arrow. So, if our turn is just Scar, Swarming, CNC, we can still chump 1 card in front of the Bolton and not feel too bad about it. Or we can pretend to play around this being a 0-cost arrow here. Nah, I don't think they shoot it. That's probably just an Arsenal. Yep, okay. Now we get our Scar for Scar. I guess this does have to hit for Swarming to have go again, so that's potentially a problem. Okay, it did hit. Thank you, opponent. CNC. 8 is 100% confirmed. So there we go. It's literally, is there one more that she won? Is there one more that she won? If she did, she will be living legend come tomorrow. And the unfortunate reality is there were plenty of RTNs where Briar's conceded in the last round to not give her living legend points. That happened. Happened across the board. There's someone in the chat who did it himself. So, yeah, we are staring at the harsh reality that she's likely at 998. What did they choose? Yellow infecting shot with an inertia and a lace with blood rot. So then keeping CNC is kind of a weird curve, I guess. We do have Tunic to make it easier with Grasp Tunic. But our hand doesn't have Go again, so maybe we use the Arsenal just for Tome of Harvest. That feels a little odd, but it's probably what we do. So in that case, I think we just want a CNC back in the deck. Yeah, it feels a little weird, but I do think we do that. Just, you know, what's the point of the frailty? Because we need to draw into one more non-attack after the Tome to give Snatch Go again, and then we'll have Tunic for Rosetta at minimum. Yeah, I think it's fine. Not going to think about this one too hard. We're here to make mistakes. Lots of mistakes. Where's the Infectious Host when you need it now? Look at all the value. Okay, no Infectious Host though. This is pretty good. So the Snatch now has Go again. We find our CMH. This turns into 4 damage with the Grasp. They are letting us draw a card. It is a Rabble. Nice. Just take it, let's go. Pascal, I listened to you. Okay, man, that's unfortunate. Reveal the blue. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, I guess we just grasp Rosetta. No reason to Tunic. It's just 4 damage because of frailty. Okay. Even if they Red and the Ledger us, I don't probably hate it on this kind of turn because in theory we can still block with 1, return a card, arsenal a card. That's pretty card efficient, not great. If we found Infectious Host, oh my lord. The amount of value in Infectious Host there. Incredible. But we didn't. Sure. Okay, well, if we are allowed to keep this hand, it looks pretty juicy. I do say, it looks pretty juicy. You would concede to Briar to get rid of Thorn. You know, funny enough, Chaotic Galaxy in the chat, there was a good chance that we played each other in top 4 at the RTN I won on Rhinar. And if that was the case, not only would he probably have won anyway, but there's a high likelihood I would have just conceded if he promised to actually play the finals. That was kind of my headcanon going into the event, is if I face Ethan on Briar in top 4, and he promises to play out the finals, then I probably just would concede. Because Rhinar has no shot into Briar anyway, and he would have been playing into an Oldhim that he had beaten in Swiss, actually. And that could have been it. That could have been the 1,000 LL points. Not going to happen. Wasn't it +1 value to pay for Blood Rot and use Tunic to Rosetta? Yes, actually, that is +1 value, but it's at the cost of using Tunic, which Tunic alone has some really good cost curves for Briar that I'm not like too ready to give up on, just for like value when you're still at pretty high life. It's kind of my thought. Conceding to force or stop LL points is cringe. Not really. It's how the game is designed. If LSS doesn't want that system to work, then they should change it, honestly. Ooh, a Deadeye. That's getting juicy. Luckily we have 2 attacks though, so they're gonna get rid of the Lightning Surge, I would think. Does this even have Dominate? I don't think it does. Oh, it does, yep. It doesn't show it in Arsenal. I don't like conceding for any reason that isn't personal, like having to go or something. I mean, the prizing for the Road to Nats wasn't really like an incentive enough to really like want to play out a lot of the times. I know plenty of people who just left because it was getting too late. Top 4 is the invite, just go home. You know, like the Jubil is not the allure for people to really want to play out the top cuts. I mean, I get it. Makes a lot of sense. So I think for that reason, this RTN season probably saw a lot more concessions than normal. There just wasn't that much on the line. It was just get your Nats invite and go, basically. So they're going to discard something. They're going to discard one of our attacks. We're going to keep the other attack. And then we're going to put, I guess, the Force of Nature in Arsenal. So this is a pretty good turn for them to Red in the Ledger. Like, for us, rather. It doesn't really do anything. Like, they can't stop a pretty decent value turn here. Now, it's like, if they can loop this, right? Like, that's what starts to get scary. Can they loop the disruption like this? Okay, they took it. They're at 4 now. Do I want to keep this life barrier then and actually pay force into the Blood Rot? I see what someone in chat had mentioned about using the tunic for +1 value overall. They'd be 1 higher at 5, and we'd be 1 higher at 13, would be the difference in having used tunic. Tunic would be at 1. We probably do see tunic 3, honestly. We probably do. So that was probably worth it on that last turn. The Force of Nature now in Arsenal, losing the channel mount. Definitely less relevant, but a Force of Nature at all is pretty scary for the Azalea because they don't have a lot of blocking equipment. So I think I do want this in Arsenal. If anything, it just turns on Crown as well. But I could just die to a really tall Dominate. Like, watch that happen, right? That is definitely possible. Oh, 14, not 13. Yeah. Okay. So I'd be at 12 now. They'd be at 5, I'd be at 12. Be the difference. Oh, thank you, Brewery. I noticed in 2 of your RTNs, one of which you top 4'd, as soon as people got to top 4, the general game quality got worse, since prizing wasn't all that much different for top 4. Yeah, I mean, the prizing overall was a little lackluster. I think everyone's on board with that. The Jubil is just kind of odd. I don't think anyone was asking for a Jubil in Cold Foil. Honestly, I thought the Cold Foil already existed anyway. I thought it came out in like Dynasty or whatever. But nope. Apparently it hadn't come out yet, and it was RTN first place prizing. Like, okay, cool. I've got one. I don't know what I want to do with it. Alright, it's somewhere around here. I don't know. I didn't even put it in my binder. Whew, baby. Alright, this is where the Lightning Press comes in. What'd I say about Lightning Press? What'd I say? Lightning Press is actually going to get value around the Red and Ledger. Still really tough to deal with all this. Force of Nature probably should have gone to paying for Blood Rot then, knowing that at this point looping Red and Ledger is pretty easy. I mean, we can also just give up all equipment, right? Do this. I don't hate this either. It really comes down to, do they have Rain Razors? Rain Razors is a pretty big deal, and they do have 2 cards in hand, so honestly, finding it pretty likely that they might have it. Honestly. I think we do just have to try, though. Just have to try. If it is rain into, like, Bullseye Endless or something, oof, like, calm down. That is really the best option for them. But the Force of Nature definitely needs to swap. So I think that alone is reason enough to try this line. Okay, that blocks 4. That blocks 4 on whatever their next arrow is. Also, let me activate Tunic just in case. Before they close the combat chain. Okay, so we just get good value on that. We just get good value. Not bad. Oh, actually, I should block with Grasp, right? Like, just to... Oops, sorry. I should block with Grasp just because of... What could this be that really, like, messes everything up? I guess if it's an Endless, they throw another 4. It starts to get a little tricky for me. The Grasp otherwise does block 5, though, on potentially another red when I have 4 block up. I do think I just win the game on the next hand, though, because there's no way they play around Lightning Press. So let's just play it super safe and just block the 5. Oh my god, it's a Codex. Oh, honestly, I did not even think of that. Did not even think of that. That sucks. That sucks big time. So I guess we take the Lightning Surge. Just eat this. We still get to go Rabble 3 here. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think we do just win because of Lightning Press alone. There's a world where we don't. Maybe discarding Lightning Press was just better, but if we reveal the blue, right, to Ravenous, then we need the Lightning Press or we don't win. Because if they see the blue, they'll just say no blocks. So we should lead with what they know, which is the Lightning Surge, and we might just win, like, baseline anyway. Like, they see this and think, okay, we can go to 1. That's what they should think. Okay, it's not what they do, though. Alright, we really need this to show red. That's not even necessarily true, honestly. No, they could be in a spot where blocking is actually correct for them because they want to deny the embodiment. Or like if they block an extra card in Tunic, then they're just denying the embodiment, and they're, I guess, technically correct. Yeah. That's the struggle. Because I think they're just right to do that anyway. Putting them to 1 right now means we don't necessarily win to Arcane Bear, because they will have that there. But they will just die to Thorn. I think we should still Lightning Press now. They're going to feel good about, you know, outplay or whatever. But I think we're still fine, maybe. Oh my god, why do we have Humble in the deck? Whew, Lord. That one feels a little scary. We don't have a good hand defensively because of embodiment, and this card is actually useless right now. Take Snatch. Actually, yeah, speaking of, Snatch was better than the Lightning, absolutely, because we could just lead with Ravenous, and then Snatch for the card draw. Yeah, that's just absolutely hands down better. I was in the mindset of, like, don't show them the Ravenous yet, but actually that doesn't matter. That just wouldn't matter. There's no information really gained in having the Ravenous there, because it's either they block or they don't on the first attack. That kind of dictates whether Lightning Press kills him or not. So if they block, then it doesn't kill him, and we actually do need the Snatch to get value out of the Lightning Press. Now they choose a red in the ledger. It's getting gross. Yeah, we don't have anything higher value. It'll all just be 3 coming in. The real risky play, hear me out, is just paying the Sonata, hit 2 attacks, they die. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Balake. I didn't think about them not dying, honestly, but Snatch was better for that. So we just throw the Humble then? Well, no, because shoot, that means we take all the damage, so that can't be what we do either. Yeah, it's looking rough. I guess we grab a Rabble for the future. We don't throw it this turn. We're blocking with the Sonata. We're returning a 0 for 4, so that at least takes either Skullbone or 2 cards. Oh, it's not dominated. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh, wait, sorry. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, well, we can't fully block it anyway. But that is nice to know. We can at least block with 2 cards here. Yeah, so the grasp on the last turn would matter then, in theory. Not too much, I guess, because what would be the difference? We block here and grasp. We're not red in the ledger, but what's the difference, right? This should still take 2 cards. Lightning Surge if the blue on top. Oh yeah, Lightning Surge is just better. It's functionally the same thing, right? Yeah, you're right. They give us Skullbone. Is it the blind Azalea Dominate? Is it? I won't be blind now. Oh, baby. Yikes, that is a 10 dominate. GG's opponent. And Rain Razors to boot. GG's. So, oops, I actually didn't mean to click main menu. In terms of damage dealt, the window I missed was picking Snatch, Snatch, and then even just like Rosetta with that last card potentially would be damage missed. In terms of value missed, the Tunic play with Bloodrot was a difference of +2 health for myself, which in the way I died with the Dominate, it actually wouldn't matter. But okay, two major things, honestly, that game. Interesting. Yeah, the Snaps play with the Lightning Press, definitely a big deal. Lightning Press was a good include in the end, though. I did like that. Plays around the red and ledger a little bit. Just some cheeky damage because my opponent likely... I mean, a Ranger isn't really going to ever overblock, try to respect things. So, little unfortunate. They decided to play around the Lightning Press in that last turn. I feel like if they were at 2, they wouldn't. If they're at 2, they're like, we're fine. But because they were at 1, they were scared of Rosetta in particular. So, Maybe that's the difference. If we'd Tunicked earlier, then we would have missed 1 damage. We would have been 2 higher, but they would have been 1 higher. And then they'd be at 2 life and not blocked on the lightning press play. Ah, now it's all coming together. I think that's the difference. If they were at 2, they would not have blocked. Nope. Alright, let's try a Riptide game. Definitely not a pummel. Against Riptide, what is more beneficial? If we go first in attack, obviously that is wrong, because they can play a trap and load Arsenal. If we go second, they're going to get a 5-card hand with probably a decent arsenal that they want. They also throw a lot of breakpoints. I think second's still better, though. Okay. No word. Into Riptide, Infectious Host is really good. CNC is really good. So that means we cut and exude. Blocking 4 is also pretty good. Probably fine with the deck looking like this, I think. Maybe do the whole cut a second exude for the other burdens play. I mean, burdens in theory should do work against Riptide, but I don't even think they run enough defense reactions for this to work. But it is what it is. Okay, let's try it. Best be Royal Riptide since we make best here. Hey, it's that New Horizon Riptide. It's the new spice. It's not even the list that won the RTN. Please attack me here. This hand's pretty bad. Please, please. They're running Pendulum, so that'll trigger on exactly Snapdragons. Whoa, they're going all in. Go again, coming in for 8, showing the drill shot for 4 coming up next. Pretty spicy because they could just not shoot the drill shot, right? Just make my blocks look pretty bad. Right, because like if I block 6 here, and then they don't shoot the drill shot, this looks pretty awful because I just wasted 2 life. Also, I just threw my attack in front of it as well. So, I don't know about this. Maybe I should block there and then just accept if they shoot the drill shot, I block with Grasp as well. That's probably better. Oh, okay. They shot it anyway. Alright, we appreciate that, opponent. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We found a channel mount. We did not find any attacks. So, ideally, we find an attack here. Right? Sonata. Let's do it. Please. Nice. Does one matter more now? And we want to keep a different one in the deck. I guess ideally we want to keep Scar in the deck because it's a better just draw off the top and we can play Lightning Surge now. Put the Bramble in Arsenal. That seems good. Do we turn the Bramble into Rosetta damage or Arsenal? I think we Arsenal. Arsenal's probably a little bit better. Just because of flexibility with Crown, the fact that it could be a 0 for 4 on a different turn. That also gives us halfway to embodiment. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Arsenal the Search and Pass here, no need to attack. Interesting. No need to attack at all. Well, you don't think the Riptide can use their hand well? Or you're just really trying to maximize our turn with this in arsenal. Let's see. Okay. There's no hit effect anyway. Go for it. Yeah, it is Riptide, so if we don't attack, they likely get stuck with traps like that, right? Ooh. Forces. No Earth Guard. Bramble, no Earth Guard. Well, we can still play the Force. It's not a big deal, right? They pitched double red to pull off this play. I don't think we super care. Do we ever play double Force? That seems awful. I think I actually kind of want to Crown, right? I'm pretty sure I Crown. Bramble isn't going to do enough here. And I'm looking for E-Strike, draw a card most likely. I think I'm fine with this. Also, it's going to turn on Scar, which is nice. CNC. CNC won't threaten Arsenal, but it'll threaten the fact that maybe they're stuck on all traps. But they'll probably play the traps early, I guess. Alright, it's the same situation though. There's no way I played double Force, right? That's just stupid? Or is it? Is it actually stupid? If I play double Force, it gets the embodiment, I go E-Strike here, draw a card. It comes in for 8. They have to block with these 3. I then go Lightning Surge, snaps. Is that actually pretty good, or is that stupid? Force of Nature into E-Strike +2, snaps into Force of Nature, Lightning Surge, Pog. Saying 1 Force of Nature now, into E-Strike, here, +2. Then I snaps, then I play the next Force of Nature into Lightning Surge. Interesting. Interesting. Is that actually really good? So be playing this to make half the embodiment. This then puts this on the bottom. Comes in for, at that point, 9, which is pulling 3 cards. Or no, sorry, 10. 10, which is pulling 3 to 4 cards, or equipment. We're snapsing. We're then playing the Force to give this go again, and this is threatening its own draw? Yeah, sure. Let's do that. I like that. Yep. I like that. Spreading out the Force of Nature like this is pretty interesting. Although, why not go... I guess if you're going double Force of Nature for E-Strike go again, like that's the waste, right? Yeah. So we're giving up the draw here. They're going to block it though. Yeah, okay. Let's do draw a card. And now we see a Coax. Seems pretty good. It's just we're giving up so much go again. Like we didn't draw a Ravenous or something, which we might still later. Yeah, sure. They're gonna Pendulum Trap me. Ooh, baby. Boulder Trap. Okay. You got it, Riptide. Go infinite? I mean, this is how the Briar can do it. This is how it is possible. They let the draw through, which I was really... Oh, never mind, not yet. Oh my god. Not like this. The collapsing trap. Disgusting. Looks like we still might draw a card, though, off the Force Nature hit. Gorg Tome? They have another one? They don't. Okay, so it does hit. Then we Gorganian Tome. However, if it's a attack, we cry a little bit. Or if it's a non-attack, rather. We do cry. That'd be pretty bad. It's not. Okay, nice. So now we want to just buff the heck out of Ravenous. We go Nimblism Ravenous, right? And then we can grasp Rosetta. Because we can waste these now. We already made the embodiment for the turn. Alright, let's draw another card. With Force of Nature. Oh my god. It's happening! Oh no, it's not happening anymore. Force of Nature won't trigger on this one. It revealed a blue. Rip. Rip. Rest in peace. Dream. Although for a collapsing trap turn, we did pretty good. We ended up doing pretty okay for a collapsing trap turn. We'll take it. The blue was another Force of Nature reveal, funny enough. So we won't have channel actually, so it's not that big a deal to see another Force of Nature next turn. Close. So if we drew that Force of Nature off the Ravenous hit, then all we end up with is an Arsenal? Arsenal's a big deal. This is still pretty good. We're gonna have Tunic up, we can go Force of Nature, Snatch, Sonata, Embodiment, Rosetta. Oh, never mind. No Embodiment is on the table. We are staring down a Sleep Dart. So in that case, do we just give up the Force? If we're gonna have no Embodiment of Lightning anyway, then is our best bet Sonata, Weave Earth, Snatch, Tunic, Rosetta? Maybe? And that's a pretty weak hand though, isn't it? It really depends, like, does Sonata reset our Arsenal or not? So otherwise we're looking at... I mean, if this whiffs, it's really bad, right? Then we're 3 cards, only presenting 8 with a hit effect. If this hits, then we're 3 cards presenting 9 with a hit effect and drawing a card, which is much more relevant. Plus the Arsenal effect. Yeah, so I think let's just do this. You'd probably pitch into Sonata, then play the Weave Earth. The problem with that is, though, our turn doesn't have go again. If we pay into the Sonata, we've already burned through 2 Ravenous. The Swarming wouldn't be active, and the Scars aren't active. So I don't really know like what you're trying to hit on the Sonata then. It doesn't seem good enough. Like, you're really just hoping for that Ravenous to actually make the turn 2 attacks. Otherwise, the turn just becomes you're paying into Sonata. Cool. You're throwing, like, Snatch, I guess, making a Grasp and Arsenal. Like, that's it. Because you can't get a non-attack from Sonata. Let's see, does Balake say anything? I don't think paying into it does anything, is the reality. A blue Autumn's Touch. Not a great Arsenal card here. But it does mean we, I guess, pay into Grasp then, instead of... instead of use Tunic. Yeah, like this is really just about the embodiment. Otherwise the turn is 1 action point. Paying into Sonata doesn't do anything. Guess we snatch now. Yeah, no reason to make the rune chant first. They can't make us discard this anymore. I do wonder though, we haven't seen any tomes. So maybe we keep the Autumn's Touch in Arsenal just for that. It's not like the Riptide can really make us block very often. So if we keep the Autumn's Touch in Arsenal, it's just the tome out. You probably don't make those plays though. That's too niche. And without Crown, there's no backup plan for if that just doesn't work. So yeah, you probably don't do that. Take the safer route, not pitching into Sonata? Yeah, okay, cool. We did it. Yeah, and then I don't want to keep this in Arsenal just for Tome's sake. That's too greed. Too greed. Oh, someone from Twitch. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. It is some issue with the Restream service I'm using. I'm not too keen on streaming to Twitch anyway, so we'll see what I can do to fix it, but yeah, it is bugged out right now, and without like resetting everything, it's just not going to work, so we'll just let it be. Let it be for now. I'll see what I can do to fix Twitch later. But the majority of, especially my audience, is on YouTube, but almost all of Flesh and Blood is on YouTube as well. So I did put some effort into actually making the Twitch look decent, made like the tiles beneath it, added some commands and all that. But it's still just not where the Flesh and Blood viewer base is, to be fair. Coming in for a clean 6. We have our CMH that's gonna, I mean, we just eat it. We absolutely eat this damage because we're gonna drop CMH swarming Cokes. That seems pretty untouchable. Like, their turn is 10 damage and a Ponder. Sorry, Riptide. Your numbers just aren't bigger than my numbers. Swarming is such a good card. Eat everything. Oh, of course, Josh. Of course. Bolt and shot when all the information is face up. There's nothing to play around. Oh, Tunic, Rosetta, Arsenal, Cokes. Yeah, honestly, Tunic has not gotten any value this game. I could see that. Just set it up, let it get value next hand, just in case, like, we whiff a hand, right? I guess that's what you're playing around, is the potential that we just draw a Runeblade hand. So I do like that play, actually. Let's just not throw this CMH. Yeah, let's just not throw the CMH away. Ooh, baby. Well, we're not light on attacks this hand. Definitely not light on attacks this hand. At least one has to go again. Otherwise, my goodness. This doesn't do anything. Like, I guess we just block for block's sake. If that's what we're doing, though, then it should be the Scar. Our turn is just going to be Ravenous, Cokes, Arsenal, Infectious Host. Yeah. I don't see Scar being more worthwhile than Infectious Host anytime soon. So the other option is we just take everything and go Ravenous into CNC. That could have been fine as well. Keep the CNC in Arsenal? Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, it's just one life difference. It's one life difference, but the CNC is way more relevant for the upcoming non-CMH turns. Tar Pit Trap, what does this do? Hit effects don't trigger. Okay, so... Oh, they had a Ponder anyway. Oh yeah, keep CNC was always right then. Oh, I didn't even know they had a Ponder. What was that from? Oh, they pre-meted Remorseless. Okay. Yeah. So it should have been keep CNC every time. Oops. Oh, my opponent says GG, well played though. GG's. Okay, never mind. Apparently we got there. Yeah, didn't pay attention to the ponder token. Cool. Win-loss is... I mean, it's honestly about what I expected. I don't think I've ever played Briar before. So, for just jumping in pretty blind, slightly positive win rate was all I was hoping for. The deck's definitely insanely good, though. Like, hey. A lot of lines, a lot of opportunity to play perfectly. Like, back at Battlehard New Jersey, I think, we saw Balake play on stream, and I'm no, like, Briar aficionado, but Ethnic Smoke, who's casting with me, is. And he was beyond impressed with your play, Balake, and you made the deck look just incredible. So ever since then, I've had deep respect for the kind of ceiling of Briar play. It is incredibly high. You're the only person who's made me absolutely fall in love with the hero, though. Every time I see Nathan do it, he makes it seem like a little too easy. Where it's like, okay, like, yeah, I get it, deck's good. Whenever I see Ethan do it, it's normally against me, so I hate it. But whenever I watch Balake play Briar, it's a different feeling entirely. Okay, into Viserai. Into Viserai. Do we even take an AB piece? What do we have? Crown? Probably not. Screw that. Who needs Crown? They are going to take Crown of Dichotomy, or Crown of Providence, so do we even need our own CNC? We'd rather Humble, I think. No. Humble only hurts their damage output. It's not quite like a Race Face where it really blanks their turn. You definitely do bring Humble? Okay. Humble over CNC or what? A Viserai can normally block with 2 cards pretty handily, but they don't always have the 3 blocks they need. Do I just run it like this? I can't stand 3 pre-med. I can't do that to myself. I think I want to run it this way. What do you think? Humble blanks Shrill of Skullform in particular. That's a good point. Alright, do I send it? Do I send this, though? Do I bring in the burdens? 2 burdens over 2 weaves. I don't know, these haven't felt terrible. I do agree, though, that extra blues would help with the fact that you're bringing in the reds. I think I'm gonna do this. Just see what happens. Okay. Can't make an embodiment. We can make a rune chant and we can pass. So Scar is going to be live, which we do like. So if Scar is definitely baked into our next hand, then maybe we care about CNC, because if we're going to fight to keep a next hand, we could probably go Scar, Embodiment, CNC, Rosetta with the one floating is like magical Christmas land of how the hand lines up. I do think I still prefer keeping CNC over these, though. But Swarming is free damage. I don't know, man. I don't know. We're gonna try this way. Okay, that's okay. This is actually the curve. This is the magical Christmas land curve, where we get to go Scar, or pre-med rather, Scar, Sonata, CNC, into Rosetta. Like, we actually do have it. We do have it, and they didn't lead with the Mavrian Sky, so we can kind of ignore what they do. Interesting. And they are on Royal Vis, the Viserai that wants to win in like 3 turns. Wonderful. Oh god, they got their own CNC though. Not like this, bro. What on earth? Absolutely messing with the pre-med. Not like this. Ah, yikes, yikes, yikes. This is probably really dumb, but half of me wants to... No, there's no way I do it. I think I just give up Sonata, Pre-Med, Grasp, and then throw CNC, right? Should I... Is that better? That's probably the better play here. God, it feels so bad to waste cards like that. 2 blocks suck. Or just crown and send it. But then pre-med is useless and we're leaving a lot up to chance. Crown? Let's just send it. I really don't like this. I think premeditate is going to get almost no value, but is what it is. Especially Runeblade has so much armor. Now the option becomes pay into Sonata, pre-med, snatch go again, pitch CNC. In theory, if the Sonata hits 2, then that's fine. We keep a card in Arsenal. If it doesn't, then that play looks really bad. Lead with Sonata is always what does have to happen. I don't think I pay into it though. We get a snatch? Sure. We premeditate, which is pretty useless right now. I think we don't want to show them the CNC, pretty obviously, I would think. This is a rough one. Maybe block with Grasp, Earthlore, Sonata. Balaka, you are late, my friend. You gotta catch up. Click to the beginning. Click live, and it'll take you live. You're behind, brother. Yeah, so the CNC does look at least pretty good here. Because they committed a card to blocking because of premeditate. So, you know, that's a win. I was thinking about that though. Blocking with... Wait, actually, what did you say? Block with Grasp, Earthlore, and Sonata. Premed for 7, pitch CNC, Rosetta. Yeah, honestly, that was probably the better line, right? We'll see how this works out. They're letting the Ponder through because, like, what does it matter, right? We hit a red Spellblade. Ah, they missed. Joke's on you, Viserai. Can't get lucky all the time. It's my turn to get lucky. Okay. Do we lead with Tome, though? And just, like, hope we draw blue? There's no way, right? There's no way that's right. That can't be right. It's got to be just play Channel Mount into Coax, Snap, Snatch, right? Is that fine? There's no way. Do I actually Tome? I'm like kind of feeling the Tome. That's got to be wrong. Block, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for your call. I don't know this kind of line enough. Like, what are the chances? We've pitched CMH, Coax, Snaps, Snatch. Okay, so if that's the case, then we're not going to Tome, it sounds like. And we'll just put Sotomar in Arsenal. You don't Tome here? Come on, I kind of felt it, though. We had a Blue Earth coming. Oh my god. They actually are saying no blocks. Get clapped. Holy moly. Do we just go crazy? Quicken and draw a card? Why would you ever Tome away Earth Blue plus CMH? To get the lightning embodiment going. Because otherwise the turn could get a little bricked. Not if this is what they do though. Not if they say no blocks on Coax. Yeah, quick and draw a card. Seems good. Oh my god, we drew Sonata. Alright, opponent. Sorry, bud. You had a life. You had a life, but it ended pretty quick. Coke's chain 1 has to be auto-blocked. See, that's what I thought was going to happen. And so then the turn would just be Coke's snaps into snatch, and like, it's kind of it. Low value. We're not even arsenaling an attack. Because now, like, they're panicking, obviously. Their block was wrong. Why not send swarming? We had quicken already, so we had to go snatch. Now we go swarming. Actually, hold up. We created 2 already. Yes, it already has the +1. So at this point, Sotomaro doesn't have a target though, right? So do we even want to keep it in Arsenal or pitch it for Grasp Rosetta now? It'll have a target as soon as CMH breaks next turn, so I think like that enough is a reason to keep it, right? That enough should be a reason to keep it. Not for next turn, but the turn after. Okay, now we, in theory, have options. We can play Earthlore into Sotomaro. That's kind of funny. I did not expect that to happen. I did not expect that to happen. Is that even right? We go Earthlore, pitch here. Sotomaro, put the Earthlore back. Draw a card, Lightning. Then decide what we want to do with the E-Strike. Probably draw a card. I think it's fine. Oh, shoot. But then do we Bramble first, just to make sure we have... yeah, I guess it's a race, right? So we just Bramble for damage. But then that means the card we're drawing always is the E-Strike card. Whereas, if we don't do that yet, we're letting the Sotomaro draw dictate a bit more of what we do. I'm not going to play the Bramble, I don't think. Yeah, so now we can go Enlightened Strike, draw a card. Yeah, that's right? We go E-Strike, draw a card, and then make a choice on whether it's Lightning Surge or pitch that last card for like Grasp Rosetta or something. Or Arsenal. I think that's fine. Oh my god, yeah. So we drew the blue. So now we go Grasp Rosetta, Arsenal Surging, CMH Sticks. Jesus Christ. Well, I feel like the finals of the Min-Max RTN right now. Briar just absolutely stealing the game from the Viserai. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, opponent. You don't have a shot. We're getting the high roll turns in, though. I like it. And we have a Force of Nature. Oh, my lord. Okay, why'd you have to do that, though, opponent? Now I'm a little hurt. Now I'm a little hurt. It's not the worst, though. We can just block 6 here. Right. We don't need the CMH to fuse with the Force. We can just play the Force. We just play the Force Sonata. That seems good enough. I guess the... Yeah, that's definitely good enough. Yep, okay. Block 6. Red Mauve. I don't think I care. Normally I panic about blocking these, but pretty sure I'm just a little too high on life to worry. Yeah, there's... Just Surge, Humble, Arsenal, Sonata now. I mean, if we play the Force Sonata, we get a Lightning. Does the Lightning actually matter? I guess it matters if the Sonata pulls something, which, if it's pulling something, all we're doing is getting to throw that into Lightning Surge, into Pitch, Humble, into Rosetta. Like, that's what it unlocks potentially, which is more than game over. Whereas we can otherwise just Lightning Surge into Humble, Arsenal Sonata. That's still 7-9. Yeah, I think that is better. Yeah. I think that is better. Don't gamble on Sonata. No need to gamble. No gamble. Well, that was a good turn, Viserai. And unfortunately, you were like 30 life behind when you started this turn. Yeah, this definitely feels right. They did have all 3 blocks though. That is lucky for them. Very lucky for them. They do definitely have a certain number of 2 blocks normally in the deck. Okay, disgusting. We pay into Sonata. Actually, do we even pay into Sonata? We can just double Sonata and then like cheese win with Exude Confidence at any point. So let's play the first Sonata. Not worry about paying. We high rolled into a win. Do not low roll into a loss. Wise words, my friend. Wise words. They don't have AB, so I think we just win anyway, right? Like literally no matter what we do. So let's be funny. And maybe we just win here. Nope, no win there. Actually, what am I doing? I can just make the embodiment. I'm sorry, opponent. Let's just do this. Yeah. Because it just ends up being... Yeah, it literally doesn't matter what I do here. It shouldn't have even been draw a card. I could just play the Exude, go again. Ravenous, go again. Rosetta, Arsenal, E-Strike, which is better. GG's. He has no AB. Turn doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Rocking that 6-3 right now. What time is it even? 1:35? Oh, I'm supposed to do 2.5 more hours of streaming? Oh no, what did I say? Till 4? 1.5 more hours? No, that's still 2.5 more hours. That seems vaguely doable. Briar is interesting enough. Let's do it. I mean, today was more an experiment than anything to see what 6 hours of Flesh and Blood feels like. At least with the new deck, it's interesting enough. Alright, the last Uzuri game was an absolute blowout. They left. They don't want to face that again. Talishar needs Ultimate Pit Fight? That'd be funny. Alright, let's not throw this Katsu game. The last game had a couple decision points that were really tight. And one absolute throw. So let's not do that. What did we sideboard last time, though? I think it was the CNCs. I think we took out... Actually, don't even think I want the Gorg Tome. I think something like this is probably fine. Yeah, I don't think it's what we did last time. But I like it enough this time. Let's try it. Talishar will never have UPF unless somebody that isn't me wants to rewrite the whole thing. Yeah, I'm already very impressed with how Talishar exists as of now. I'm not going to push for crazy features like UPF. You know, if you want that experience, play in person, right? That's the beauty of Flesh and Blood. Oh, shoot, we didn't side out the give and takes. Alright, throw. I thought those were out. And we drew the Singleton pre-med. Get out of here, pre-med. Guess that's 0 uses of pre-med this whole stream so far. I guess there was one. It made it a lightning embodiment one time. One time. Okay. Interesting. mean, the turn doesn't suck. Give and take actually has use here. We just go Sonata. Give and take Rosetta's at least active. That turn seems pretty good. So we're really digging for Sonata to reset our arsenal more than anything. We don't pay into it. Please hit. Nice. Okay, it hit a rabble. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. So in that case, maybe we just arsenal the give and take, because we can go rabble, rabble, pitch blue for Rosetta, just like that. Oh god. Okay. Well, nope, we're not doing that. Ravenous revealing a blue means we do switch into just playing give and take then. Arsenal the other rabble. Rough. You just played a 9 times 100 wins all 0 cost Katsu deck. Very surprising. I thought people gave up on that playstyle in favor of like the cat deck, but someone out there on Talishar is playing it. Props to them. Okay, well, at least our bad turn was countered with a turn our opponent didn't want to play. So we'll take that. They return a 0 for 4. That's my rate, Buster. Slow down. Huh. This is kind of funny. We could go... Yeah, we could go like 2 chances for Force of Nature to proc. If we just take the 4, then it could be Nimblism Force into E-Strike... Or no, I guess... That's a bit awkward, isn't it? Never mind. I take it back. Force, Nimblism. I guess try Ravenous. If it hits a blue, then it doesn't work, though. We go E-Strike into +2, and then that's 2 chances for Force of Nature to trigger and draw a card. That doesn't feel great, though. So maybe all we do is block 3. Then the turn is just Ravenous into E-Strike. That's higher value overall, pretty sure. Not a blue, please. Okay, nice. Yeah, if we just go E-Strike, draw a card, it is highest value possible. Especially since we still have Crown, so if it's a dud draw, we can cycle it out. But if we go Nimblism Exude for 7, you know, it's 1 less damage than the E-Strike draw in this situation, right? It's like super minor, but these kind of things matter. And it's a coax. Okay, so we definitely like that. Definitely like that. All good rates from our side. We played 12 damage off 3, basically. We drew into a channel mount turn. All right, good stuff. Our opponent obviously trying to do something with his hand, though, so do need to be a little careful. Obviously want to disrespect what my opponent's doing, because we have the good cards. If all they do is throw the Whelming here, then honestly pretty likely that they have a Razor. If they have a Razor, then what's the point of even blocking? If they don't, and they're really just baiting out, you know, like I guess a Breeze Rider Boots play, then they're dealing themselves a damage, which I don't mind. If we block 3, then and they don't have the Razor, then they're pushing Breaking Scales and Breeze Rider or have an Ancestral. I think no matter what, they're dealing themselves a damage, and that's kind of worth the mass trigger, maybe? It's just like, if it's a Razor, then... you know, there's really no point putting down a card. Because this turn ends up being Channel Mount into Swarming into Coax. Like, that's just what this hand does, and we know that we're sticking a Coax into next hand. What's up, Azareth? Yo, Devin. I think they have the Razor anyway. I don't want to block it. It's not enough. Yeah, Razor. Okay, there you go. Good job, opponent. So that's the way where they effectively don't deal themselves damage. They're not going to break Breeze Rider or Breaking. But they really would have sapped our turn if we try to play around that, because even blocking these two isn't 6. It'd have to be, you know, I guess basically like coax, maybe 2 armor pieces to really block 6. But that wouldn't even necessarily do it. If they really wanted to force it, they could also Breaking Scales on top. See, I don't think it was worth it. Let's just let him have a turn. Let him have a paltry turn. We're trying a long day of streams, Devin. That's what's up. It's tough. Lucky for me, I have no interest in Diablo 4, so it's not like I'm trading a day of Diablo 4 for Talishar. I've watched enough gameplay over the weekend of Diablo 4 to kind of know that it's not for me. I was on the fence. Like, I played Diablo 3 a long time ago with friends, but yeah, I don't know. D4 looks like a little too grindy right now. The story was shorter than I thought, and there was only one cool cutscene. And like, that's what I play the games for. So as soon as I saw that spoiled on Twitch, fortunate, I was just like, yeah, you know what? I don't think I need to play the game. Oh well. You got your flight to Vegas booked? Sick, dude. I will see you there. It's gonna be awesome. This Dishonor is not active though, right? Because there's no Surging Strike. It is just damage. Yeah, luckily I have a friend who has a timeshare at the Westgate, and he offered it up. So, yeah, okay, let me just double check again. It is not active, right? Surging Strike, Descendant. Yeah, okay, so it is just damage. That's fine. So I booked my ticket on the courtesy miles that were given to me from Southwest when they had that whole snafu over Christmas where all their flights got canceled. I had travel credit given to me from that, so I got my Vegas ticket for free. For free. And then, yeah, I'm going to be staying with a friend who has a timeshare, so it's a great trip. I'm so stoked. I plan to stay like a whole week if I can. I think it's just going to be so much fun. Okay, they're playing a defensive turn. Hopefully Coax can punish. If they let Coax hit, I do think I snaps, right? I'm pretty sure I have to, because the Quicken's just too good. I get to Quicken into another Coax, into Tunic, Rosetta. Like, that seems a little too good. Seems a little too good. Alright, they don't do it. That's fine. I'm fine with that, too. Yeah, so I can just wait till the next turn to Coax, right? Or should I? I guess the situation here is if I Coax right now, if I snaps to Coax again, I'm guaranteed to hit. And I can draw a card and make a Quicken and just arsenal the draw. That's a lot of guaranteed value. So I think I will do it, actually. Right? I think I have to. Like, it's just a free Quicken. I guess I see the writing on the wall. It's a free Quicken. So I'm going to do it. Yeah. So now I get to say Quicken and draw a card. And I get to draw the Exude and arsenal and Exude. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's always right. Does Tunic, or does Sotomar have a target? It does not. That's rough. No, that's a little rough. But Force of Nature will get to Fuse, and then I can actually like bait with the Exude. Oh yeah, please give me that. Alright, so we'll go Fuse here. Maybe I shouldn't have fused actually to like not show them that Exude can get pumped, right? Maybe that's the right play. Either way, I think this is a huge blowout because I get to just CNC after. It should be good. Oh, buddy, did you not see that I had a blue? I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Okay, that was pretty good. I think now we CNC. Should I even Tunic then if I'm going to draw off the CNC? Yeah, I don't think I do, right? Yeah, there's no reason. I'm about to draw. You have Vegas, and then 2 weekends later, you have to go to Memphis for HeroClix Worlds. You still play HeroClix? Anyone still plays HeroClix? That's crazy, dude. HeroClix was fun back in the day. I never played it like super seriously, but I had a friend who had a like a pool table, and his dad was really into HeroClix, and every time I would go over to visit, they would just have like the coolest battles going on. It was a really cool time. Okay, well, now we need Sonata to hit, don't we? This is a pay into Sonata and pray type situation, I'm pretty sure. So we could pay the entire 6 into Sonata, right? Is that insane? I don't think it's insane because we have Tunic. Pretty stupid. I'm sure that's actually very wrong. But we do have Tunic. So I don't want to just like throw away the hand to no damage. I'm pretty sure. Cool, yeah, so we'll take those. That's gonna give the Scar for Scar go again. And then Swarming will have go again, so we can Nimblism Swarming into Tunic Rosetta. Should be pretty good. You're the current world champ? Dude, that is insane. What the hell? Insane. What mechanics translate to Flesh and Blood, do you think? If at all. If at all. I probably should have held the Nimblism. Well, no, it's showing lethal, so it's fine, actually. Well, this is pretty dirty. I apologize, Katsu. This game got very out of hand very quickly. And it wasn't even the highest of high rolls. If we'd hit the other reveal on Sonata, then it'd be nuts. Okay, so now we're looking at E-Strike go again into Exude. And they'll have to block the Exude with 2 cards, or they die. If they block with 1, we pump... Oh, well, they don't die, I guess. Yeah, but we can put them to 1 now, and they don't have Arcane Barrier, so they just die anytime we keep Grasp. Which is literally, like, exactly now. Yeah. Alright, I apologize, opponent. This was, like, nuts. Nutso, nutso. GG's. Alright, cool. That is, I do want to hear what you say, though, Devin, about mechanics translating. I'm gonna be right back. I have to use the bathroom, and I should probably get some food. So check this out. Here we go. Boom. I'll be right back. Oh. Alright, yo, we are back. Bathroom break, and we lost like 30 viewers. Dang it, man. That's all right. We'll get them back. You had a work call, but as far as things translate to Fab, honestly, I don't think anything is difficult like Flesh and Blood, but uses very different skill sets. Yeah, so I mean, you're very good at Flesh and Blood. If no one knows, this is Devin. Devin, who I think most recently had, was it like the top 8 finish at Battle Hardened Richmond? Was that like your last biggest thing? Well, regardless, Devin, very good player. Comes from apparently a HeroClix background and is the current world champ. I'm nowhere near the world champ at X-Wing, but I was very good at X-Wing back in the day, which was my main game before Flesh and Blood. And there aren't many mechanics that translated from X-Wing to Flesh and Blood other than, I guess, deck building. Like in X-Wing, it's a miniatures game, right? But you do bring your own list to the table, and you could definitely tune what you brought, even like what like munitions you brought and stuff, to try to counter the meta and, you know, play something really unique that no one else was prepared for, type of deal. And that was step one. You had to bring a list that could do enough unique things into the metagame that you weren't just like a solved list and people knew what to do into you. Step two was like your deployment. How would you actually initiate like your opening strategy in the, you know, like the 3x3 board space? You got to set up along one side of the mat. And that dictated a lot in, like, maybe you're putting one ship all by itself and trying to bait your opponent into, hey, funnel down this lane, you know, get stuck in the asteroids, chase this ship. But in reality, you're going to pivot that ship and turn and run with the rest of your fleet or whatever. That was step two. Like, how are you going to open the game? What are you going to try to do to mind game your opponent into falling for your best engagement? And then step three was, like, the gameplay itself on the table. How do you navigate, like, the dogfighting, the disengage, the re-engage? And then step four was just dice. You did just have to throw dice at some point. And I definitely preferred the list that had the least amount of dice variance in the game because dice suck. And as a brute player, like, I still suffer with dice being the bane of my existence sometimes. But yeah, X-Wing was an incredible game. And I think it did have a very back and forth feel that Flesh and Blood has as well. Almost in like the whole, you know, what an off turn feels like in Flesh and Blood is very similar to X-Wing, where you could just like disengage for a second, you know, just like pull a 5 straight, get out of the scrum and come back later. That kind of pacing is very similar to how Flesh and Blood plays, but in X-Wing, you had like up to 8 ships on the field that you had to make those individual decisions for, and in Flesh and Blood, it's just like the one deck. But I love it. The back and forth is really unique. I like it a lot. X-Wing and HeroClix have a lot of overlapping skills being miniatures games. Yeah, I wish I actually had played HeroClix. Never did, just saw it a bunch growing up. But now there's a bunch of new games calling my name. There's the new, it's not Crisis Protocol. It's like, what is it called? Like Shatterpoint or something? There's a new miniatures game, Star Wars based, that just looks fantastic. I'm still a sucker for those. I love the feel of like standing over a table, you know, just trying to get the right angle on where your ship's going to line up and all that. It's something that Flesh and Blood does not really have a comparison for. The whole like physically trying to like get into the game, get your advantages just because you're willing to stand on a chair and your opponent isn't, or you're going to like lay your head all the way flat across the table to see line of sight and stuff. That doesn't happen in Flesh and Blood. I wish. But you know, hand shuffling better than your opponent does nothing for your prowess at the game. All right, let's play again. I'm down to play into a Bravo. Let's see. Hey, good luck. Shatterpoint is so random. If you don't like dice, you'll hate your life. Okay, I won't play it then. I don't actually know the gameplay. I just saw it set up in a game store and it looked really cool. Visually, it was great. But I did not know it was so dice reliant. That's not great. Into Bravo. Bravo is very heavy disruption. I imagine having good blocking cards is very important. Being forced to take off turns is probably also just a part of the game. In that case, the stuff like Premeditate, once again, I heavily question. There's no way Bravo can fatigue you out, so the give and takes probably don't carry their weight. I think once again we're going to go like this. I feel like I'm doing this a lot, just docking one pre-med and then being a little up in the air on the exudes. Exudes is probably a little bit better. Let's try this. Not like the deck has really flopped in terms of card quality. Everything's felt fine. Okay, so we can't really make an embodiment again, which is kind of funny. I feel like every time I play against a Briar and they go first, they make a rune chant and an embodiment, and maybe even leak through damage with Sonata. Not what this hand can do. So in that case, let's still make the rune chant, obviously. The question is, do I want to cycle any of these reds to the bottom? I think I kind of do. I don't know if swarming is always the highest value right now. So just keeping nimblism in arsenal is a little better with E-Strike in hand. That's kind of my inclination. Could be wrong though. We're going to try it. Oh, oops. That is not right at all. Here and here. Is it nimblism in arsenal? I mean, the E-Strike in hand blocks more, but having an attack in arsenal is pretty relevant for how Briar wants to play, potentially. Yeah, I think it's actually E-Strike in arsenal. Let's do that. Oh, what the... What on earth? I'm passing. Passing. Interesting. If there's not much disruption, this hand sets up pretty well. You could leak damage if you surrender arsenal. Doesn't seem bad. The way Michael Hamilton phrases going first and valuing arsenal, if you can deal 3 damage and get an arsenal, you should do it. If you can deal more than 3 damage and give up an arsenal, you should consider it. If you can't do either of those, don't do it. And I think that's a pretty valid point. The only damage leak there was throwing Rosetta, which would deal 1 damage, right? Giving up arsenal, dealing 1 damage. That is not worth it. Staring down a spinal. What this really means is we either take the turn to set up Channel Mount Heroic, and that's it, or we E-Strike for 7, put Channel Mount in arsenal. No matter what, we're blocking here. I think we just set up the channel mount. Especially since we're about to go into Tunic 3. So yeah, let's do this. And then we'll overpitch into the nimblism as well. I don't think we really need it. So they're off arsenal. 4-card hand, they could easily just draw into another red and 3 blues. That's another blue. That one's pretty good. If we just eat the 7, then the turn is Ravenous E-Strike. Pretty rough, but it means we get to bottom the Mount Heroic in the deck with E-Strike, which is not awful. If we opt to fully block it out, it's giving up Crown, Grasp, and Burden. All that's really saving us then is 1 card. That 1 card doesn't unlock much because we're likely just going Ravenous, E-Strike, draw card, getting a new arsenal anyway. So I think we do have to eat the 7. Give up these 2. There's a world where we try to stick the channel again. We'd have to keep the Weave Earth and this channel, but then like what are we paying into, right? It's really just Grasp, which doesn't feel good. Let's reveal a red, please, because we're pretty behind. And we reveal the blue, not where we want to be. Burdens and equipment, pitch channel tome for enchant. Yeah, that's what I had mentioned, right? But that is a very terrible value play. At that point, you're saying I'm throwing away all my damage in the hopes that you don't have disruption and sticking channel with no arsenal does something. Or, I mean, not no arsenal, but random arsenal. And you're giving up all your equipment on kind of a random play. Whereas if we have more control on equipment later to say, okay, we know this for sure protects a hand, that's a bigger deal. Right, because now we'd be in the position where the draw card puts this in arsenal, but we'd be out of Crown of Providence. Then what? That's pretty awful. Too much variance with that play. Still two channels in the deck, and Sonata will shuffle, so it's not even like it's necessarily at the bottom. Oh, another Tear Asunder. Good draws, opponent. Good draws. Well, now we definitely want to get burdens out, so pretty inclined to go ahead and crown now. Kind of rough, though, because we'd rather use this when we're blocking a hit effect, so if we're using it now, then we should care about blocking the entirety of Tear. But we're not really protecting a hand that's worth much. Since we don't have to use it, just make our turn swing CNC. That's really bad. Yeah, all we're doing otherwise is basically protecting this hand to make a rune chant, throw swarming, tunic, CNC. Whatever we draw off crown goes in arsenal. It seems pretty bad. And they're even playing this in a way where it could be pummel, like, good god. They have all the room in the world for it to be pummel. I don't think it's high enough value to actually block with that helmet piece. We'll just give up the 7 again. Because if it really is pummel, then okay, it's a sigil. Still pretty awful. We've had no threat, really. They have crown up, so this really doesn't do much. But it's better on 2 cards than anything else we had. Do you know when the LL points will be updated? It should be tomorrow. Normally the update comes through on Tuesday US time. And from what everyone's saying, in theory she's at 998. I believe it's 8 confirmed wins this past weekend, which puts her at 998. If somehow one snuck through the cracks, she'll be at 1,000. But I really don't see that happening unless LSS comes in Deus Ex Machina style and is just like, hey, we know Briars were conceding. We're just making her living legend. We're just doing it. Which I personally, I'd be for that. I'm down. Let it happen. Will they actually do that? Probably not. Probably 0 chance. Okay, well, it's lucky for us. It's not a crippling crush. It's just a chokeslam. This damn premeditate. So the best we can do with that premeditate then is just make it an E-strike turn. But we won't be able to gain attack, funny enough. So I guess in theory, maybe we just play out the premeditate anyway. Just give this up. The burdens just does absolutely nothing. Idea being, yes, the chokeslam goes through, but we're able to scar for a scar. New card comes back in hand. It might change some things, but for the most part, the turn is likely. This is a new card. We premeditate, we scar, we E-strike, and that's just the turn. Because we can't say +2. Or once again, we just say no blocks. And then we just premeditate Scar for Scar, Easter egg, draw a card, Tunic, Rosetta. God, that's so bad. That's so, so bad. But if we have a chance to pivot, it's going to be because we use our armor well. This is just not high enough value, but we may just have to do it. Feels really bad. That way it does open up the Easter egg to at least do +2. We're wasting 2 life now to basically have a better +2 damage play. Yikes. I guess because of that, we should block with the Premeditate, just in case it's a Earth card. Yeah, okay, let's do it. It is an Earth card. Okay. Nice. We get that off. Can't pre-meta if you're chokeslammed? I mean, you can. It just... There was no attack in Arsenal to gain the buff anyway. It would just be for the Ponder. Don't mind the hero, get the weapon gone. Yeah, I think that's everyone's feeling. My fear is that Briar just survives until Dusk Till Dawn comes out, and then she gets just nuts. Not only her specialization, which is just a net upgrade, right? But also just from like other Runeblade support that comes out. Gets to the point where she's really oppressive. Like her card pool is just so big, she's so good, but she just doesn't LL because the window's not there. So she'll have like a season that's absolutely nuts and impact like everyone's national season, right? And then LL and have the Sarvo problem where she'll rotate at like 1,300 points or whatever because she'll have won so much. And I just like, I hate that that can happen. It's definitely not intended, you know, for a hero to be able to gain that many points in a season because they're that good. It just kind of dilutes the spread of how Living Legend is supposed to go. See, now drawing a card feels like ass, because it could just be garbage. But I think if we're going to win, we just have to pretend it's not garbage. Or we just say go again, and then we Tunic Rosetta. That's the safe play, but it is the very bad value play. But I think we're just going to do that, honestly. I don't trust the deck. That's essentially what Oldhim has done for over a year. Yeah. I don't love it. I don't love to see it. Of just like they miss their window by a hair and then just suck up all these points that in theory should be going elsewhere. I think Starvo rotating at 1,600 points really messed up how they planned sets to be released and like what cards, what heroes were going to be around. Can't prove it. It's totally just made up. Oh, it would have been a Coax. That's pretty good. But there's no way they expected Starvo to rotate with an extra 600 points sucked out of their game. Like, there's no way they expected that. So now we're in a game where if 600 points had been pushed around in other places, there'd probably be like another 1 or 2 heroes rotated, which may have been like Lexi. Maybe Lexi would have rotated. Briar definitely would have already rotated. Oldhim probably would have already rotated. And then maybe even like a Welcome to Wraith hero, which would be insane. And for me, like I want to play a game that rotates a bit faster, because they're releasing probably around, what, like 4 or 5 heroes a year. And if 2 to 3 rotate a year, then the game is just constantly growing, and that's good. That is how it should be. And it wouldn't be in a spot where more are rotating than are being released. That's not really possible with how they changed the point system. Yeah, okay, sorry, opponent. I was thinking too much. If it's a CNC, it hurts a little bit, or a pummel. But now we're glad that we did an Arsenal, at least. It's still one of the better 3-card hands we could have. They block it pretty easily with a 3 and then throw the 4 in front. I definitely feel like they didn't intend heroes to be around as long as they are right now. Starvo botched it. Absolutely agree. Like, Starvo just sucked so many points out of the game. And will never recover. It's not possible to just, like, randomly throw another 600 points into the CC pool, because they scaled back on how points are gained. Like Battle Hardens, dude. Freaking Battle Hardens are worth 10 points. Are you serious? 10 points. Like, if those were worth even a little bit more, I feel like maybe we'd be in a better balance system. Or if, like, what other people have suggested, where making top 8 kind of, like, splashes, like, a little spread of points across the pool. You know, like, everyone gets 1 point or something. Winner gets, you know, top 4 gets 2. Winner gets 4 or whatever. I could see that. I could see that being healthy. Oh my god, this hand. Sucks. If they have Pummel and Nothos, like, you know I can't play around it. It is just over. This hand is bad. Like, I basically need to pretend it works, right? Which is just... There is no pretending it works, I think. It's really just blocking with the Autumn's Touch. And then I go Earthlore, Surge, Snap, Rosetta. Like, that's all I've got. Or I guess I can try to pitch 2 Earth in. Yikes. If I'm trying to pitch 2 Earth in, then it's Earthlore here, Grasp here, Surge, Rosetta. Can Sotomar even get played? Yeah, it can. Yikes. That is not good enough, though, because if it is a Pummel, then I die. I'd have to throw both of these in there to live at 1, and then any Dominate kills me. Maybe that's the only way to win, though, to be fair. This doesn't draw a card. The turn is just 11 damage there at 15. Yeah, I don't think that ever works, unfortunately. I think I just block here. Maybe even here, honestly. My turn is just Surge, Arsenal, so. Yeah, snapping for the Rosetta is not high enough value, especially since playing out this blue is only +3. No Arsenal. Risk it like an aggro deck should? I don't think there's any risk. It's just like guaranteed death. I'm alive at 1. And I'm not even... Like, I just have nothing left anymore beyond that. No armor. No arsenal. No card draw from So. Let's just play it safe. So, because I'm going into Tunic 2 here, right? So I'm playing out the Lightning Surge and then Arseling So, which means I will have So for Tunic 3. So that at least buys me a bit of room there. It's like a Gorganian Tome at that point, right? Like Ethan had said earlier. Tunic and Grasp and Pummel and Nothos is still living? Yeah, I already said that. But that's alive at 1. And then any Dominate kills me, and all I'm throwing back is... it would be 10... right, because I was pitching here 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so technically throwing back lethal, but not much to do with it. You know, they have all the armor there. They can block with even 1 card. As long as they dominate something, I would die. So now if all they do is a Nothos, though, like, this is room. This is real room to live. They didn't play the Pummel last turn. If it's a Pummel this turn, you know, good on them. But I don't think we ever just let that be the game. If we block with Force here, then we're Tunic to So. We'll be able to Scar, Ravenous, Coax at minimum. I think this is pretty safe. Should feel pretty safe. Let's get back that channel mount. It's a Gorg Tome! Okay, that's actually kind of nuts. That is kind of nuts. Nimbleism. Sure, so now we can actually go Coax, Scar, Rabble, Rosetta. Yeah, that seems good. Stop making sense, go Unga Bunga. No, I don't play this game to just not make decisions, you know? I think Flesh and Blood is best played where you really respect the hell out of your opponent. Like, you assume your opponent is Michael Fang, Michael Hamilton, Josh Lau, Pat Eschke, like, one of the greats. Assume your opponent is really good and just respect the hell out of him. And that is really good Flesh and Blood. Like, really good Flesh and Blood. I think we actually could come back here. I see it. There's a world. This needs to hit red, though. It did. Nice. It's very unlikely, but, like, we held our armor block for this reason, and we have an embodiment. They're gonna go to 3. We didn't draw a 4 block here, though. Alright, well, if they are still sitting on the pummel, we just die every time. So we're out of making those choices ever. Our ideal is being able to scar into Snatch. So we can block with 2 cards. If their turn is just a Nothos Zealous, they're throwing 11. And we can block 5, 6, 7 and live at 1. So, like, that is our only option. That is our only option. So we do it. And we just hope it's not a no. Oh my god, it's CNC. Oh, this is actually... I mean, it's the exact same for us. We live at 1. It's the exact same. Okay, nice. We did everything we could. This is everything we could. The screen is all black. Yeah, Twitch is bugged out. It is not working. Because I have to use a third-party program to stream to it. So, in fact, let me just turn off Twitch. It just doesn't work. I'll have to sort something out to fix it, but not the top of my priority. I have no audience on Twitch. Is she likely to LL? Supposedly there are 8 confirmed wins. 8 confirmed wins, which puts her at 998. According to what everyone tracked this past weekend, she is at 998 points. Which is ridiculous. Like, it's literally the prison problem. Literally the prison problem. Now you gotta give me your card, buddy. Alright, I could definitely just brick, though, on this hand. Oh, I didn't. I didn't brick. That's good. Wow, that's really good. I think I win, then. GG's. Wow. Okay. Who saw that game? Who was in chat for that game? That game was actually really good. That game was actually, like, insanely good. What the hell? That was a really good game. Dang, dude. 8-3? Woo! That was a really good game. I think I played that really well. Props to my opponent. They also played really well. That was like a awful early game and just some really questionable decisions on pacing to try to actually have like an end game that could close because we were so behind. That was a really good game. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Alessandro, James, Devin, Anarchy, everyone who's here. That was a really good game. I'm proud of that one. I'm proud of that one. There's no way that could have been game 1 today. There's no way that could have been game 1 today. I would have absolutely thrown that game. But now we are 11 games into Briar. I'm starting to get it. Starting to get it. Alright, and actually this is a good experiment because last time I played against the Dorinthia, I respected her and everyone said don't respect her, just go full aggro. So, I guess that's the difference we're doing. We're playing this game. Full aggro into Dorinthia and see what happens. Full aggro into Dori and see what happens. Everyone memed on me. I respected everything Dori did and lost because she had a twinning blade. And then everyone said this is why you just ignore Dori and race. So I guess we'll try it. But I don't think there's a world where like we actually race in terms of like average hand versus average hand. Because Dorinthia's average hands are bad, but their weapon will get better every turn you ignore them. Whereas Briar's average hands are actually not that insane. It's her spike turns. I think, yeah, you know what? This is just fine, though. We'll send it. Devin says, you played against the Levi on Saturday and you were sad because you never drew a humble. You wanted to humble Levi at 10 blood. That's so bad. Calm down, Devin. Hey, not allowed. Not allowed, son. Calm down. Once again, this is a matchup where I'm not able to lightning embodiment on turn 1. How odd. It's so odd. I feel like you're supposed to be able to do that. Either way, we're going to leak damage though, because we can go force into Ravenous Rabble Rosetta and just arsenal the inline strike. Seems pretty good. So let's just do that. Oh, that's right. Actually, fusing did nothing. Fusing did absolutely nothing. They're still going to block too, so like, who cares? And we were going to show them this card no matter what. Yeah. We leak 3 damage and we get an arsenal. This is the Michael Hamilton rule. I wonder if we'll ever see a game where pre-med is good in Briar. Haven't seen it yet. Absolutely have not seen it yet on stream. And you agree the last game is very good? Thank you, Pascal. Thank you. Okay. That's a hand, I guess. Yikes. Is there any way we could have crafted a better draw there? Not really. Even keeping a non-attack wouldn't fix this kind of hand. Gross. So I think we just block and return a 0 for 4. It's probably the best we do here. Which is not the worst. Yeah, it's not the worst. This lets them still go over us pretty easy. So I wonder if we just give the whole hand. I don't want to give the whole hand, though. Returning a 0 for 4 is definitely relevant. They don't have go again, so it becomes a question of, do they pump by 3 and commit refractions, or like also have a glint? Or do I really just snatch block? It's not the most relevant, is it? I think we'll just do this. A 0 for 4 is good, but we already have a bit of a lead from turn 0, so no reason to throw it, I don't think. We'll just wait for our Tunic. Try to play a better hand. This is not quite the better hand, though. Not quite. And that's actually so many attacks drawn in a row, I'm getting a little worried. Oh my god, like, look at this. Do another 2 here, the E-Strike. There was a Leviah that made top 8 at the German PTI event, actually. Funny enough, it was a full Blood Debt list, and I didn't go back and watch the full game, because it was like almost a 2-hour game into Dromai. Really strange stuff, honestly. Like, I should go back and watch it, just to see what was going on. Because it was a questionable game, for sure. Questionable game. Okay. Now we have an option for 2 card 7. 2 card 8. If we E-Strike, draw a card. Easiest way to play out Dori versus Sharpened Steel is to no again. In no go again is to no block. Burn a glint, then block second swing when no resource for the +3. That's a great point. In terms of forcing out the glint. Yeah. Because our hand did work on one card, so we could have just said no blocks. That's a great point. Great point. This hand's super questionable still, though. Like, you know, we can try to fight to keep the Bramble activation for Nimble. I don't think that's good enough. But then it's a question of, is overblocking enough? I think we'll just do it. Gotta find a window for the 0 for 4 anyway. This is technically the, you know, block 3 over strat in action. Doesn't feel great. Burning a lot of reds on this. But we're not fighting to keep bad hands, and I think that's more important than anything else that's going on right now. Don't keep bad hands. Oh, actually, speaking of bad hands, this is incorrect. It should have been E-Strike draw card. 1 more damage. The draw doesn't matter here. 1 more damage. We still have Crown to cycle whatever that arsenal is. Yeah, so E-Strike draw is better. I'm still going. Yeah, the idea is... Okay, well... They do full block it, so I'm going to let that happen. Good God. Alright, do we think Sonata hits the Autumn's Touch? If we think it hits Autumn's Touch, I like this hand. If we don't think it hits Autumn's Touch, what are we doing? Either way, though, I don't think we block this. This is their commitment of Refraction. And we can at least force this to be a real play. With Bramble. Not a great play, but a real one nonetheless. And they don't get the counter off. Okay. Oh my lord. Alright, this is a Briar game. We are running into the Briar dilemma. We are. The deck is just kind of falling apart. Draw sequence really awkward. It's not a whiff. But at least Dori hasn't taken it from us. So yeah, that literally just makes an embodiment. That's pretty rough. And then we exude into Enlightened Strike draw card, I guess. So let's do that now, just in case anything changes. Draw card. CNC. Not great. Still lets us Rosetta, Arsenal, Lightning Surge, right? Maybe that brings us back. Yikes. At least our opponent didn't get a counter last turn, because we returned with pretty much nothing. Oh my word. And we are once again stuck in this strange situation of awkward draw sequence. No Earth Blue. But yeah, the idea is to actually stream for 6 hours, 4 days a week. No one else is doing it, so might as well be me. Might as well be me. Tunic CNC is higher value. It would mean I'm giving up Lightning Surge and Arsenal. Which is really high value in and of itself. In hoping to draw into like a channel mount turn for one, or just a turn where I want a lot of 0-for-4s. Plus their Skullcap was on at that point, so they had the easy just armor block on the CNC. I don't think it was good enough. Oh my god. This is a lot, opponent. So now our turn, we just want it to be 2-card 8. And just keep up that trade. Or even just 1-card 8, we Lightning Surge, or no, I guess Nimblism, Lightning Surge, Tunic Rosetta is our strongest play. So we don't need to Arsenal to make that work, but we want to Arsenal the Coax. But I think we're fine to block like this. It's 4 over, which is technically plays around most things. Like the Singing Steelblade, Iron Song Pump. This is still pretty bad. Glistening is absolutely terrifying. I wonder if we really go hard and block on the Coax. It doesn't play around like route though, or like a true singing with an extra blue pitch or something, because they'll just go the route anyway. Because they'll send this back, and then all we're blocking is 6, and they go way above that. I think we just have to try on this kind of block. It's not double glistening, it's that there's 2 effects going on. Go again, and then when it hits +1. I think we do need to try this. Probably better to block with Coax, but I think they have a play around no matter what we do, honestly. Oh, okay. So yeah, it should have been Coax. Yikes. Yeah, Coax actually would have done it. The exact 12. The exact 12. Yeah, double pump. Yeah, so that was just like straight wrong. Throwing the game here. Absolutely throwing the game. Straight throw. No need to trigger that. It should be fine. Oh my god. Woo! Lord, opponent. Oh. You just natty drew the red iron song there? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Plays like these, we never get LL Sag. I don't know what you mean, Anthony. But if you mean to critique someone who has never played Briar before today, in an effort to send off the hero because she's likely, actually probably not even hitting 1,000, let's be fair, 998. Sure. I mean, I personally was never in the position to be in the finals with Briar, make a bad play, and not give her Living Legend. I think your critiques are better held for people who conceded in the finals. Whew. Because there were a lot of people who did that. No, the Natty Reds. Okay, okay, good. Yeah, because that was nuts. That was nuts. Jeez, like literally had the Iron Song into Steelblade draw Iron Song. Unbelievable. We probably should have thrown the Lightning Surge anyway, though, just to try to hit an embodiment. Was pretty much correct, because I'm pretty sure we just, like, hard lose here. There's absolutely zero coming back. In one turn, they got 3 counters. But that was my bad. I could have blocked with Coax. Could have blocked with Coax and just said, we play around one more thing this turn. Just because it was glistening. Yeah, because now all we do is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They easily pump over that. Alright, I think there's only one thing to do here. We'll just drop this game. GG's. I think we're out. I think we're out on that one. That was just the Coax block. Very bad. We lost the game on that one. No reason to try to fight through an absolutely oppressive Dori from then on out. Yes, Carlos, I did say that. I did say that, Carlos. The problem is, for the most part, I do click through enough things fast enough that are really just for the sake of it being Talishar. Like, I'm not trying to take forever on each decision. But to play a deck I've never played before really would take time to think through everything. But yeah, I did mention that was straight wrong. Lightning Surge to push for the embodiment is better. Could have blocked with the whole hand and keep the equipment in case they had Twinning Blade. Yeah, I mean, the greed there was really strong. It mostly came from the first Dorinthia game I played on stream. I respected the heck out of Dorinthia, blocked most of her things. Correctly, mind you, up until one Twinning Blade play. And everyone in chat was saying, this is why you don't respect Dorinthia. Like, don't block, you know, just race. So that was enough of a push to make me not fully respect her this last game. And it was straight wrong. So I think we'll just do our own thing in Dorinthia from here on out. You dipping? Again? This guy has dodged twice now. I don't know what's up with him. Sideboard is messed up. Okay, could be it. Can't click your sideboard. That's rough. What is the Oldhim sideboard anyway? Taking out all the pre-meds. Okay, that's another game where premeditate does absolutely nothing. I believe that makes one game where all premeditate did was commit to an embodiment creation. Like, that was it. Contribute, rather. It is never given the +3. Granted, that is partly my fault. Into Oldhim. I think we just want, like, the first 5-card hand. They don't have many real hit effects. So if we can go for, like, Lightning and Rune Chant and have a really good 5-card hand, I think that's a little bit better. We're taking out 1 Scar. We're dropping all the pre-meds. The CNC's the Gorg Tome. Yeah, I imagine Give and Take has made this matchup pretty easy to deal with. Let's see. Okay. I would say this is pretty good. We can start with an embodiment and a channel mount. What the hell is that? A Nothos and Rams. Hold up. Hold up. I don't know about that, opponent. I don't know about that. Is it really going to come up? Is it really going to come up? We'll play it through. We'll play it through. I'm fine with just making a lightning Arsling rabble and letting it be. It's okay. Don't make it 6, please. LOL. Yeah, if he doesn't make it 6, then it's really not the biggest deal. I don't mind. Okay, well, now he's about to make it 6. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. You're about to make it 6. Okay, never mind. He's choke slamming. Whew. Well, that's a real one. That is one I have to worry about. Pretty easy to shrug it off with, I guess, the channel block here. Is it really channel that we're blocking with? Probably not, actually. Hold up. Probably be Burdens. Burden's Grasp lets me then keep double Earth. That seems pretty good. I pay into the Sonata with the double Earth as well, just to make sure it sticks around. At minimum, probably get 1 attack into Ravenous, into Rosetta off that, so 1 pitch inefficient. If we hit both attacks, then 1 goes in Arsenal into our Tunic turn. I think it seems pretty good. We'll do that. Nice, we got them both. Do we really care about the Autumn's Touch, though, I guess is the question. The answer is no. But it at least goes in Arsenal for Crown of Providence, I guess. Or worst case, an attack. I mean, it is possible. Okay, they have a D-React, I would hope. Yeah, okay. Good opponent. And what are we drawing? What do we see? Do we see a red? A blue? Yeah, so apparently the opponent wanted Nullrune Boots and to take Titan's Fist, which makes sense. I feel like that's probably what you end up taking unless you have Stalagmite. Then you probably worry about Stalagmite, right? Because Stalagmite can block a whole Rosetta swing, potentially with Grasp. So you can block 7 on a Stalagmite most of the time in this matchup. I'm actually really interested to play this game. I've never played this matchup, but I love seeing it played. Alright, so the Autumn's Touch did nothing. We didn't draw into the Tome either, so it's just going to sit there for Crown, I guess. Right? Or is it technically... It's technically 1 more damage if we go E-Strike, go again, into just play the Autumn's Touch. Arsenal E-Strike. That is more damage. Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is. Do we want to Arsenal the E-Strike then, or the Exude? I think we want to Arsenal the Exude, right? Pretty sure. Actually, is that more damage now? This would be a 2-card 9 if we're throwing it that way versus 2-card 8. The difference being we know that we keep the Autumn's Touch if we make that line. Whereas if we play out the Autumn Touch now, we keep an Exude in Arsenal, which is better later. I think let's just get it out of Arsenal, right? It's 1 less damage, but it also means we don't have to use Crown to get it out. Seems okay. Interesting, they really wanted to block with that. Normally you keep Tunic for the Endless Winter. Okay, I see. Interesting. Nice, we have all the room in the world. We have an... not the best hand, right? What can we do with this hand? We can start with Tome, we can Force of Nature, then we're giving up the Exude. We can Force of Nature, so Exude Rosetta. That seems pretty bad, so I think we do have to lead with Tome, right? And just in case we don't draw an attack, we have to keep the Autumn's Touch. Is that right? Or do we get rid of it so that we can put So Tomorrow in Arsenal? I think let's do this. Please draw attacks, deck. Please draw attacks. Snaps in Arsenal were 8 damage under CMH. Snaps in Arsenal were 8 damage. Oh, because of E-Strike, draw a card. Fair. We only drew 1 attack here. But I guess we can, like, force him to block it. Interesting. Probably not good enough. Yeah, no, it felt a little early for snaps. But that's fair. Like, it did push a lot. E-Strike Snapdragons is one of the highest value plays you can make. And it was under CMH, right? So, really, I don't know where else it gets better than that, to be fair. It just felt a little early, because this matchup will go late. Like, my opponent is trying to block me out more than anything. Because they don't match my rate if they play offense. Yeah, so I guess we can keep the Force of Nature for next turn. Oh, this is gonna break the Ram's Head though. That's rough. Oh, that's a misplay then. Yeah, misplay. It should have been Grasp first if we knew that we were gonna Grasp. So then maybe do I even Grasp? It's just giving them the life back, so... Misplay. Misplay. Should have Grasped first. It's okay. We'll bounce back. We'll put the So in Arsenal. Should feel pretty okay. Because a bunch of the Clunk is gone now. All they do is return a Nothos, which is technically Titan's Fist. No, because Grasp only makes 1 rune chant there, right? It breaks the chain. They get to then block with Rampart for free, because they had 1 floating. So I'm dealing 3. And they're blocking 2 for free. Whereas if I swing Rosetta, they still take the 2 and gave me an extra card instead. So yeah, the card ended up saving them like that same 2 life. But the difference is it's a card, right? Not just like a piece of equipment. I don't think we don't ever block a Nothos. What am I thinking about? Nothing. Alright, we have a draw. We have a draw to decide upon. Do we pay into Sonata first or So? I think we So first. Just because we maybe don't Sonata. We could hold Sonata. It's possible. Do we do it off of Tunic? Do we do it off of Tunic is the question. I think so. Right, because in theory this is going to play out. We'll see what we draw. If we do have to play the Sonata, that's going to create the embodiment. It might even let us trigger Force as well. Yeah, let's do this. I don't want to necessarily pitch Force. Like, it could actually be playable this turn. Let's start with Tunic, So. Okay. Response, I guess. Let's put the CMH back. Seems like a good card. We drew a new blue, which is pretty good. So now I think we're going to pay that blue into Sonata. Right. Going to pay that blue into Sonata. Create the embodiment. Nice. Oh man, we actually got the hit. We revealed another force, a weave, and the give and snatch. So now we'll go snatch go again. Off of lightning. Give and take, and then we can grasp Rosetta. Oh shoot, same deal. If we're gonna grasp, we should do it early. So maybe we don't grasp then. Oops. Same deal as before. Yeah, I guess we don't have to. Like, we can just Rosetta, hold force for next turn. Yeah. Hold force doesn't seem awful. I feel like I'm not even playing well and we're already very ahead. So, that probably bodes well for this matchup. I wasn't sure. Wasn't sure how this matchup works. Okay. Now we gotta think. If we're gonna grasp, we gotta do it first. That's what we learned. Gotta do it early. If we play out this force of nature, all it's doing is turning on Rosetta. Which I don't even think we care about turning on Rosetta. Our turn is just grasp, give, snatch, arsenal, lightning surge, hold a force again. Relatively weak turn, but we're just waiting for the CMHs really. Like, that's where we're going to push damage through. And we don't want to waste too many resources until then. We're still going to have one give and take left in the deck, which I think is probably what we need to start caring about. We don't really need to care about this give and take, maybe. Or if we do value the give and takes higher, then we could just burn double force. I don't think that's right. No, let's not do that. I hope one give and take is enough. Might not be, but we have the sows to put the channels back still. We haven't burned through pretty much any attacks. Just 5 attacks. Let's do it. Wouldn't feel bad if he Nothos for 6. Nilrun would have saved 3-4 life already from the floating resource. Yep, that's definitely come up. Would have made me feel better about messing up on the grasp as well, because if he had none floating, then breaking chain for grasp starts to be more negligible. Yeah, so I guess if we burned force, we're basically trading force to save an attack in the deck, because it still would have been 2 damage here on Rosetta. That's probably worth it, actually. Just burn force out. Burn a force out of the deck. It's still going to trade 4 damage on Rosetta when we pitch the lightning surge for it. How's he using Anothos and shield? Some Talishar bug. Misclick. Misclick. Bramble Spark doesn't get value here. It does let me, I guess, give Snatch go again. So that could be a turn. If we go Bramble... No, we'd want to do Force, right? So that the Nimblism turns on. We could go Force, Nimblism, Snatch, Lightning, Rosetta. Or we just play the Bramble, and then we get to Grasp as well. I think the 1 more damage is more relevant. They're going to block anyway. So let's do that. Burn the Bramble. Playing a whole card for 1 damage. Gross. Let's do it in the right order then. Grasp first. This. This. Who knows? Maybe Snatch draws a card. And we don't even need to play the Surge, actually, to be fair. I don't think we do. I think we just Rosetta. Save Surge for when we're finding the CMH turns. Force, Lightning, Nimble, Grasp. I don't know, I think this plays fine. The Rosetta leak is a big deal, so as long as we're getting that through, can't hate how the turns line up. Right, like we're just trying to pump as much value out of this weapon as possible across the game, because it's not something that Oldhim can block really well. Interesting. Alright, this turn isn't awful. We get to actually pump the blues into Exude. So we're glad we kept the Lightning Surge in Arsenal then, so we can actually string something more relevant together out of this turn. We're gonna go Lightning, Exude, double pump, Arsenal, Exude. Should feel pretty good. Makes the second block harder. Okay, so you're saying if we go Force, Lightning, so Force Nature hasn't done anything yet, into Nimble, Snatch, we'd be showing 7. No, I still think what we did was better, though, to hold the Lightning Surge in Arsenal, because it really unlocks this kind of hand. Because if our turn was just play the Exude, nothing else, they can pretty happily just, like, probably block 3 cards and not hate how their turn lined up. But now they committed a card a little bit earlier in the chain to the Lightning Surge, so we might be able to cheese through more damage this way. And we're replacing our Arsenal with Exude now, more deliberately. Let's do this. Instead of just playing off the top, right? When you play off the top in Briar, you're up to just a lot of draw sequence happening in your deck. Ooh! He had the Staunch. That's fine. Nothing else we could do that hand anyway. Now we find the Channel Mount. This is good stuff. We find Swarming, and we find Exude into another Exude in Arsenal. This is what we were waiting for. Next turn, if we can make an Embodiment into leading with an Exude, that's the big difference maker, right? Okay, we chip through 1 damage. There's the option to snaps for Rosetta there. I don't think it's worth it. We're going to have that option up next turn. We don't know if the 1 resource is going to pull through heavier duty next turn or not. This is pretty... Is this good or bad? I think this is bad. The only way we can give Go Again to Exude first would be to Nimblism Burden, or I guess Nimblism... Earthlore, Exude, Rosetta, Arsenal, E-Strike? Is that really what we want to do, though? Other options being we can just E-Strike, draw a card snaps, plan out the turn a bit differently, or E-Strike just say Go Again into Nimblism, Exude, Arsenal. That doesn't seem good. Interesting how this lines up, because we can make this 13 with Rosetta not having to use Tunic is one way it could go. We still have 2 more CMHs to play through, so I don't mind this not being like the best CMH. E-Strike and Arsenal is pretty flexible for later. I think let's make that play. Yeah, let's try this. Leading with Exude just feels better than going for the E-Strike lines. Same deal, like, yeah, snapping with E-Strike on the field definitely is really high value, but we have more opportunities for that, especially since we're about to park an E-Strike in Arsenal. So hopefully that works out. Now we just Rosetta. And we have all the room in the world to play this game, really. Our opponent is not doing anything. Ah, that's our last give and take. which I don't think we want to play out then. So that can be something we bottom with Enlightened Strike. Could work. Could work. We're 8-4 so far, everybody. 8-4. First time playing Briar. Learning mostly what not to do, gotta be real, but somehow you just win some of those games along the way, you know? Yeah. Ooh, nice. We can take the Rabble here and just go kind of nuts, I think. Depending if that's a blue or not. If it's a blue, feels a little rough. But let's try it, because in theory, our turn is now looking like Rabble, E-Strike, go again, Tunic, Rosetta, and we can Arsenal the Give and Take. Or I guess the Bramble if we want to. I guess it depends. Is it a blue or a red on top? Can't be a yellow. Not a yellow in the deck. Nice. Let's keep it going. I think we want the Give and Take in Arsenal, actually. Just because we really want to pair this with our next CMH, because he's getting into the must block range. Go again. Low value here, but it's really just about Rosetta abuse at the end of the day. Oh, we're running Lightning Press. Interesting. Yeah, so now we've got the Force of Nature Give and Take combo, and they don't have Arsenal to try to help play around that. So I think it's what we do, right? I'm no expert. I feel like that's pretty good, though, especially since we have the Lightning Press. Right? That's gotta be right. That's gotta be. Okay, they're gonna pay for it. If they have a D-React here, definitely hurts a little bit. The Give and Take doesn't get to put anything back, though, because that's a reaction. But if we get to draw a card here, evens out, right? Nice. Yeah, because now we can do E-Strike draw card Rosetta. Or do we want to say E-Strike +2 because of Force of Nature snaps Rosetta? That's got to be a little better, right? That's probably a little better. If I E-Strike +2, then they have to respect the Force of Nature draw. So they're going to give 2 cards plus Tunic, in theory. And then I Rosetta, it puts them at 3, but then I'm down snaps. Is that still, like, good enough? I think that's good enough. I want to take their Tunic, because it really hurts how they want to play an endgame. Of being able to, like, full block out, get Tunic up, get their Crown and Arsenal, get a free block 16 turn cycle. Or block, is that right? Yeah. Alright, so give me Tunic. Yep. I think we'll still do this. Unfortunately, I couldn't make a rune chant there to get free damage through, but we found our channels. Like, we have a lot of channels that we can work around with. And this is kind of best case draw, because we've got an attack we can burn, and we've got an attack that's going to have go again next turn. See, I don't think our opponent can win here. It's been an interesting game. Actually, I really like this. Hey, Fate Foreseen! As his name foretold. And it can't be anything too threatening on this kind of hand. Just, it's not possible. Yeah, funny enough, I think we... Do we block something? I don't think we can use all this hand, right? Yeah, I don't think we can, so... Well, this turn's on Rosetta. Our turn is just Lightning Surge, like, Grasp, Attack. That's pretty rough. Yeah, so funny enough, like, I think we just get rid of this then. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, eventually they're just going to die to the rune chants, because all they have is Crown of Seeds to block it. How did they have 0 Arcane Barrier? Something messed up with their selection. They gave themselves a Nothos, but no AB. So not exactly like a real game that we're looking at, unfortunately. But at the same time, if they had Arcane Barrier, obviously 1 life difference from the bat, because they wouldn't be able to block with Iron Rot, which was probably came up on a turn that was a pretty relevant hit effect, so you gotta weigh what that is. But they definitely have floated 1, maybe like 4 times. So AB was better. Like, obviously AB was better. But I don't think it would really change too much of what we're looking at here, truth be told. And then, unless that's a D-React, they can't block the Coax hit. And we're going to get to say, nice. We're going to get to say Quicken Token. Pretty good stuff. We're going to Arsenal this. Yeah, I think we have too much gas left. Feeling pretty good. Okay, so if we want to play this correctly, what are we doing? We're making Grasp live. I guess we can play out the burdens as well, right? It would stop them from playing Staunch, Sink, and Fate. So I think we always do that. I think we do this. It's kind of funny. It turns on Rosetta anyway. Let's play out the burdens. We don't draw a card. But now we do this. Cheese him a little bit. This is going to gain go again from the rune chant. Arsenal so tomorrow. We should feel pretty happy about that. This takes another card, and then they should just be dead to Rosetta, to be fair. Like, even a Sigil doesn't save him there. GG's. Alright, that was nice. Alright, that was a really... I mean, when they just give you every hand to play with, Briar's got some interesting choices. It's about, like, really maximizing value. I think there were a couple interesting choices, like when I played out the Lightning Surge on, like, the potential E-Strike turn, when this was an Arsenal. I wonder how that could have gone differently. But you can't hate it, right? That's another just pretty solid win. Pretty solid win. On page. GG's opponent. Alright. How many games have we played with Briar? 13? Let's see if we can hit 15 and call it a day. Can we hit 15 games with Briar and then call it a day? It's been a long day, not gonna lie. Ooh, Dromai, this is new. I won the die roll against a Dromai. I'm pretty sure these days should always go second because they run the Seeker's piece. It used to be if you could go first, it was pretty free because what could Dromai do going second? But now they run the Seeker's piece, right? So they can just start with Dragon Development on the board. I think I still go... yeah, I go second. I go second then. I mean, Briar's interesting because she is an aggro deck, but she actually can gain a lot from going first. So that's why I'm never quite sure about it. You know, if you're playing Fi, like you snap go second pretty much every time. Okay, so what did we take out? No Lightning Press Cheese to pop dragons. Okay. Taking out an Exude Cheese as well. Oh, well, you can't activate Exude on blocking. Okay, that's fair. Did not know that. Taking out the Give and Takes. No easy dragon clear in those. Putting back all of the pre-meds. Let's pretend that that card does something. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Eager to see how it plays. You've been loving Give and Take in your Emperor list? I love Emperor Devon. That's like the main reason I actually didn't mind winning the RTN and getting the Jubil is that I'll actually use it. Like, hell yeah. Like, why not? Put it in Emperor. I don't quite have max rarity Emperor going on, but I do have the Fate for Scene promos, the Scar for Scar promos. I've got somebody getting me the Sigil of Solace promo, so we're getting close, but there's no way. Oh my god, my opponent is going nuts. What on earth? They're about to swing in and make no Ash. Yeah. Okay. They spent a Rake. They're going to pass the turn with no Ash and an Arsenal. I don't know if I'm really supposed to pop that, but it seemed good enough to me. Oh my god, and we drew a channel mount. Yep, so now I'm glad we popped it. Now I'm glad we done popped it. We're going to throw a Coax. We're going to throw it at face. We're going to Arsenal a Lightning Surge. Pretty amazing opener. Drew the good stuff. What I don't know, though, is if this game gets into the gritty back and forth, like mid-range playstyle that Briar can play, how do you juggle Dragon Clear on those turns? I assume Rosetta probably always goes to Dragon Clear, because you can throw the Arcane Face. But it's probably got to feel pretty bad. Oh my god, they let it happen. Jesus Christ. Okay, Quicken. Yeah, let's do it. I would love to draw all attacks, please. Pretty good! Pretty good! Okay, you better have a Sigil, buddy. You better have a Sigil. Oh no, not like this, opponent. What just happened? Opponent, I have questions and I'm not sure anyone has answers. Alright. Alright. Well, that was interesting to say the least. They don't have Ash, I guess, is like what they're stuck on, but they could have Seeker's Mitts to pitch a red to block out the full Coax. Like, that would have been fine. Let's see, though. This hand has options. Gorgtome always draws a card, so I think we do that first. Just to get more information on this hand. Because we do have the option now. Oh my god, pre-med. Well, that kind of hurts the play lines I was looking for. I guess we can E-strike the pre-med. We can E-strike the pre-med. And say, draw a card. And that's going to gain Go again from the Quicken. Then we can Sonata, gain a Embodiment of Lightning for the Scar. Into Lightning Surge, into Grasp Rosetta. That feels pretty good. I do think my opponent just was a little confused last turn cycle. Someone in the chat mentioned, yeah, Bromeo, maybe they thought Quicken gives the Aether Ashwings Go again, which is not the case. That is not the case. It is not like Prism, where, oh my god, they're about to get walked over. I have too much damage, opponent. Be careful. Oh my god. It's not like Prism where these count as weapons. Which was the deal before. Like, Quicken could actually give the auras Go again. Oh my god. Well, now I think we have to take the Autumn's Touch, because we're about to go off. We're about to go off with Force of Nature. Wait, do I really take the Autumn's Touch for that, though? Because the Ravenous is just guaranteed, right? If we get the Ravenous, then we just can throw this whole hand, like it's no question. Whereas the Autumn's Touch is looking at drawing us 2 cards. Is that better? I think, right? Yeah, I think we do just play the... Oh wait, hold up. We don't need to fuse Force at all. Yeah, we don't need to fuse Force at all. What am I thinking? Yeah, we literally don't. We have Channel Mount. Oh yeah, duh. Okay. Yeah, we just have Force of Nature. Channel Mount already. We don't need to fuse. Oops. I was thinking we needed a fuse target. We absolutely did not. Yeah, so now our opponent just gets a little walked over here. We drew the Autumn's Touch, funny enough, which is good. That helps the Ravenous come in for 7 now. Oh my god. Oh, my poor opponent. Oh my god, dude. What on earth? What the literal hell is going on? Jesus Christ. Wait, actually, sorry. I should just attack with this. Okay, sorry, opponent. Yeah, that was a turn 2 kill. Jeez. Sorry. Okay, so we got, like, the major high roll in. That was insane. What on earth, Briar? Yeah, turn 2. Turn 2 kill. Alright, Briar. Alright, that's why you might need to go. That's why you just might need to LL tomorrow. You just might. I think we'd all love that for you. What the F? Alright, I said we'd play until 15 games. It was more so to try to line up with like a 4 o'clock end time. I think I'm more comfortable ending at 15 games though. Let's play one more. Let's play one more. And it's a Lexi. This is actually quite good. And they DC'd. Okay. 15 games feels pretty fair. Do they dodge again? I am eager to see the Lexi matchup. Because I know you value... You play it like a value match where you're trading 0 for 4s. And if that's the case, I'm interested why the infectious hosts are not in the list then. Interesting. They've got to be better than the exudes. I don't get that. They should definitely be in over the exudes. So we're gonna make that swap. Just for full disclosure, it's not my list. This is my friend's list. Seems like an old sideboard. I don't know. This was his recent sideboard. My friend, also named Ethan, who split finals. He's literally going to be the reason. He's literally going to be the reason that Briar didn't LL. He split finals. He split finals. I mean, there were a lot of Briars who did that. But I swear, she's going to be at 998, and it's going to be this dude's fault, the one who made this list. Jeez. Okay, so we can do all the things. We can grasp, make an embodiment, and that's all. The unfortunate part is Lexi's going to get to load, and we cannot punish. We literally cannot punish. This is interesting. Like, I feel like I want to keep the Bramble Spark because it's higher value, but it has the potential to not work, right? If we don't draw a blue, and we're about to send 2 blues to the bottom. So because of that, maybe Nimble is slightly better. So let's just keep the Nimble. Screw it. This is rough. They are absolutely going to punish us. Like, we just can't throw any attacks. Not even if we wanted to. So at least we're glad we went first. We are happy that happened. Going first was relevant. You just finished that Dromai game. Yeah. Yeah, Devin, that was a bit nuts. Yeah, why is pre-med in the list? Good question there, Pascal. We're still wondering that one. We drew it in the last game, but we bottomed it with E-Strike. So there you go, value. It turned on our E-Strike. My deal is to really not care too much about perfecting a Briar deck or anything. I'm still living in the world where she Living Legends tomorrow. In my head movies that are going on right now, she's gone tomorrow. Tomorrow, 80, or Addy. They normally put out a post on the Living Legend points, and I do believe, and so does Twitter, and so does Discord, that she is at 998. She needed 9 wins this past weekend, and there are 8 confirmed wins. If somehow one more slipped through, she will be at 1,000 exactly. If there wasn't one that slipped through, she is at 998. Literally 998. We don't care about the Bolton shot hit effect. Sorry, opponent. Just talking. Just talking. Oh my god. Alright, we have double blue though. We did it! We have double blue. Yeah, so I guess we just... Yeah, I guess we just, Scar for Scar Rosetta? Right? Like, why not? Oh shoot, sorry. Oh, we already have a rune chant. That's my bad. I forgot about that. We had the embodiment of lightning, actually, so... Wait, sorry. Never mind. It's okay. Yeah, actually, we had the embodiment of lightning, so it should have been E-Strike draw card, to be fair. E-Strike draw card on the Burdens of the Past. Would have been slightly better. 1 more damage, in reality. Well, I guess we don't even know if it's 1 more damage, because we might not have... Because then the Scar for Scar would have been turned off. No, never mind. I guess that's fine then, because the Scar for Scar would have been turned off if we lead with E-Strike. They're going to say no blocks, right? So it's about all the same. You were talking to Yanji the night before Pittsburgh, and he got something in my head that I can't get out. New Prism ability being Genesis, and Vestige Soul stomps to the moon. He mentioned that to me as well, where it's just going to be some like static start of turn ability to help the generation of spectral shields. I think it makes a lot of sense. Generating spectral shields is going to be a big deal with the new Prism, compared to how old Prism, it was just like a way for her to kind of trigger Luminaris every turn. The new Prism is going to need a way to stick spectral shields and kind of build up these ward boards. And it makes a lot of sense. Like if she starts innately with some kind of ability to make spectrals, I wouldn't be surprised. This hand is strange. Not strange enough that we block E-Strikes though. We probably do want to block red electrifies. That's kind of nuts. I really wish this was easier to block. Like, there's no way we let this hit. It's too much value. But we're giving up quite a bit to do so. Alright, so the question is... Do I give these 6 Grasp? No, there's no way that's the right flavor. It's... Most likely this. That feels awful, though, I think. If I give Grasp here. I mean, it blocks out. It's what I'm trying to do. The other option is... I guess it'd be the same blocks, but then we just E-Strike, say, draw card. It's the same blocks. We definitely do it. If it's Rain Razors, they would have likely pitched it instead of what they're doing. They showed double reds here, so I think it's a safe block. Probably not likely to get pushed over the top. Okay, they're popping snaps and throwing this. The next time an attack action... God, why'd this have to get so weird? Alright, I'm really keen to just block like this now. This is getting awkward, but I think the block on Crown denying an entire card and 3 damage, that has to be worth it. That absolutely has to be worth it. Alright. Strange plays. Strange plays. Equipment basically gone. No, but the problem with no block is that my hand is not good rate either. The best rate my hand could do is basically E-Strike draw card for 5. Or just, 1 card 4. That's the best rate my hand could do without committing my own snaps. So, I want to save my life for when I'm actually trying to protect a hand that's worth it. I think. That's how I play like a Briar value plan, which is what Nathan has said is important in this matchup. You don't necessarily beat Lexi unless you high roll or just play a very tight value game. So playing like awkward trades just because their bad hand is worse than your bad hand, I don't think is what I would prioritize. So like this is a weird one, right? Like they don't say go again on this, and they don't have snaps. So this is just a really bad turn out of their 4, and we don't really have to give up much to disrespect this turn. Like we can just take it. They basically 2 card 6'd us, which is very on rate. Like that's fine. That's if anything below rate for what Lexi's trying to do. So we should be pretty happy to take a 2 card 6 in theory, even though we had the option to block 3 and grasp. because our turn is going to go beyond. Okay, so they're going to go for a 6-card play. They're trying to load Drill Shot and Arsenal. But that's not even that important of an arrow. Okay, so now let's go Bramble, Fuse. We can go for the E-Strike draw card line here. Do we really want to say draw a card though, is I guess what I'm hung up on. If we say draw card and it ends up being a like non-attack, that's a pretty big deal. Because then it turns on our go again for this Tunic Rosetta. So I think we do need to keep that option open. Then the question becomes, do we E-Strike bottom the Sow or the Enlightened Strike? If we bottom the Enlightened Strike, the card we draw being a non-attack just means we play it, we play Lightning, we Tunic Rosetta, Arsenal, Sow. If we bottom the Sow, then we're really just saying Arsenal E-Strike. So I think we bottom the Sow because it actually is not very flexible right now. Yeah, so let's do this. I don't know if committing snaps is like really worth it, but we're gonna do it. Or we just say go again and then we E-Strike draw a card on that one. But we don't have Crown anymore, so I don't really want to do a blind draw like that. I want to say draw a card. Let's just try it. It's a Burdens. So technically that is playable. Not good value, but it is playable. Yeah, so now what are we looking at? If we play out the Burdens, get the Embodiment, then Lightning, then this, we're spending 2 cards in Tunic for 8 damage. As compared to if we just E-Strike, bottom this, say go again, and then Tunic. That's 3 cards for 9 damage. So yeah, that is better now, actually. Now we're going to say go again on this E-Strike, and we're going to Tunic Rosetta. I think that's fine. Setting up E-Strike in Arsenal. Our turn is likely just a CNC play. Not great. But at least we have the Embodiment to be able to block 4 and block 3. And it'll slow them down into us potentially drawing into a CMH, which we haven't seen yet with a Lightning Surge setup. Seems pretty relevant. Just pitch the Burdens to Pox. I don't know if, like... I don't think that's really worth it value-wise there, though. Because that means our turn is just, what, like throw the Lightning Surge for 4? Our turn ends. We pitch the Pox. We pitch to the Pox. Arsenal E-Strike. I don't think that's worth it. It's just way less value than the line we ended up going for, because it is a race at the end of the day. It's a value-based race, and their value has been garbage this game. Okay, so now they're coming in for 6 on the Endless Arrow. They already played out a Rain Razors preemptively, so that's kind of funny, because they shouldn't have done that. They also pitched one, so I doubt they have a third, and from the way they're playing, like, they'd probably just play it out now. So we have the option to just block with Burdens, Grasp, Tunic right now. What does that really do for us? That means we Lightning Surge into CNC Arsenal like an Earthlore? That seems pretty bad. Huh. Then the awkward part is, if we want full value on equip, we're going to toss these in front of Drill Shot anyway. I don't think there's a point in trying to keep a Earth Blue in Arsenal, though. Oh my god, it's another Rain Razor. my opponent is very interesting. They play a Rain Razors preemptively. Get another Rain Razors. Don't play it. I guess maybe that's like the Mega Brain. That's like the Giga Brain play, honestly. It is. Jesus. I don't think we were ever playing around that anyway. If we really wanted to, we could have thrown the Grasp in front, to be fair. Oh, first rain was face down in Arsenal. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I didn't even pay attention. I mean, this is the end of their turn, though. They're just going to shoot the drill shot, put the Endless in Arsenal, and we're going to CNC anyway. So we do just take it. Yeah. Jesus. Game really did flip, though. Yeah, now I'm getting a little worried. It's becoming a game of inches very quickly because these Rain Razors were 0 for 6s, both of them. So even though we had a pretty good mid-game, I feel like we do need to block with these just to save life. If it comes down to it, we just won't have any more block if we say no blocks on the drill. We take 4, go to 11. We're not getting Tunic lines available to us anymore, but we do have the Lightning Surge in Arsenal. Do we really think we're getting to another Tunic turn? I don't really think so necessarily. And there's no more Rain Razors. They just played 2 and they pitched 1 by turn 5. Since we haven't seen a CMH, I don't want to play out the Lightning Surge, but there's definitely an argument to play it out just to try to get the embodiment going. Because it's very likely that they block this, right? Block with 2 cards. But we're hoping if we get a CMH turn, I don't even know if we're able to ever keep that kind of hand, right? But even if we find like a Nimblism and a blue, then we can go Nimblism, Lightning Surge, Pitch, Grasp, Rosetta. Like that kind of 2-card hand becomes pretty good. Because I think we're done on the CMH play. That's not likely to happen. But a Lightning Surge is still letting us now keep like a Bramble in a blue, Nimblism in a blue, Sonata in a blue even, I guess, just to turn on the Rosetta lines. They're playing E-Strike. I haven't seen that before. Oh, boy. Whoa, buddy. Oh, yikes. Okay, funny enough, like, they are just eating our entire hand this turn. I think if we did throw the Lightning Surge, it's likely it would have connected, though, and then these do become 4 blocks here, but our turn still wouldn't have done anything. Our turn would just be a Nimblism and an Autumn's Touch, so all we could do is, like, pitch to Grasp Rosetta. Difference being, now we're just going to block out their turn and keep a Lightning Surge in Arsenal. That's the difference. Huh. Oh wait, oops, sorry. Wait, sorry. Yeah, so hold up. If we block this one... If we block this one, they shoot the next one. No. Redo opponent. If we block this one, the next one doesn't have go again, so they can't actually go for the Bullseye Bracers line, so it's just 4 damage. What we really look at keeping then is either the CMH Autumn's Touch for Lightning Surge. We either play to keep that, or we try to keep the Nimblism blue, and then we can come in for 7-5. Which technically is lethal. But letting them keep any endless means if all we do is come in for this play, like the 12 damage play, if they give 2 cards to block that, or even just Tunic, right, then their 2-card hand still can be like load an arrow and have endless set anyway. Huh. Isn't block with 1 CMH and keep 3 cards plus Surge? Is that better? Block with 1 CMH. I take 1, they load that. I'm at 10. They come back at me. I live at 2. But then I'm able to keep Nimblism, CMH, Autumn's Touch. And so all I do is mount Heroic into Rosetta. It's the same damage as keeping Nimblism, Autumn's Touch. Yeah, there's no embodiment is the problem. Ha. Tough. I think I'm just gonna block out both attacks. Just gonna block out both attacks. They don't have any more Rain Razors. So our hope is to now catch them on a spot where they just have 2 kind of very mediocre arrows. Is the dream. That is the dream. I don't know if it's the reality. Now this feels really bad because the Lightning Surge last turn, knowing we draw into these potentially 4 blocks, is a big deal. Throwing it now feels quite a bit weaker, but it's almost the same idea. Is maybe the embodiment was worth it. It's a tough call. Yeah, I think we really should have thrown it last turn. Definitely should have thrown it last turn. We're going to do the same thing here, though, in the hopes that we can fight back a bit with them just throwing 2 arrows and we can block 1 cleanly. Yeah, because we have the block 4. That is what we were looking for. What up, Andy? Yeah, it's been a decent day so far. Briar has a lot of high rolls, a lot of low rolls. Across the board, pretty fun, though. Honestly, pretty fun. What on earth does this even do? If it deals damage greater than the number of equipment they control, I can't activate Grasp. Like, that is fine, I guess. So then, do I want to block it just because it's a clean 4? They did say go again. It could be another Endless. It could be a Searing. It could be a lot of things. So yeah, I don't think we're going to block this one. We want to turn on Scar Ravenous anyway. Oh god. This is a lot more terrifying. Blocking out Bolton is incredibly hard here. I have to give up Force and Humble, which maybe isn't the worst, but it still doesn't do anything if that's Codex. If it's any 1-cost arrow, they've got Tunic for it. If it's a 0-cost, obviously free. I think we'll just keep the 2-card 8. Hope that it's a 2-card 8. It might not even be a 2-card 8, to be fair. This doesn't even do anything, I think. I don't want to be... I don't want to be inefficient on blocks here, because they can just bullseye anyway. Yeah, they can absolutely just bullseye anyway. There's no difference. They're going to play bullseye if it's an arrow. Right, like, why wouldn't you bullseye that then? Just make it, give it +1 here. Like, we're kind of in that state of the game. Make it lethal. Because this is not lethal. And it's pretty bad, don't get me wrong. It's very bad. This hand doesn't block well anymore. Saving bullseyes in case I rip. Oh, rip his hand. Oh, okay. I could see that. I don't want to give the full hand respecting Heatseeker, but pretty much anything they hit is just godly. You know, like, they like anything they hit. Humble and Arsenal, pretty weak. Pretty weak. Is it better to save 2 life with this trash card? Probably. Or we just give the whole hand. But we're just going to start losing this game. Taking multiple turns like this. This in theory presents lethal is the problem. It pulls a card out of hand, or they just give Tunic. If they give Tunic, yeah, like, I guess then we keep a blue and we can kill them with Grasp. That's the problem, like, this does demand something out of them. But if we let the Heatseeker hit, then pulling a card from hand didn't really do anything. They have a 4-card hand anyway. Unfortunate. So I guess the difference would have been don't block with Force. Block with the Humble on that first attack. And then if it was a 5, block with Force plus like the Ravenous would be the slight difference that would make this better. But we didn't know if they'd actually attack with the Bolt or not. I think that's the big misplay there is don't give Force on the Bolton shot. I was only making that play just in case their turn ended, like I didn't want to waste block value. But it definitely bit us in the end. Because that would have allowed just a 2-card block on the Heatseeker and still return a 0 for 4, which is what we want to... It's what we want to be doing. Not what we unfortunately can do from this moment. This hand's rough. We're looking at 4 block value if we want to return CNC. We're looking at 7 block value if we want to return Lightning Surge. Bad. And it's a Bolton shot. Well, I think we can pretty much give up on playing CNC now. Once again, they've got the bullseye, so the reload's not really going to do much. If they've got the double arrow play, they're just going to do it. It's all losing plays right now. Whew. Yeah. Game over. We're going to be taking 5 off this, go to 1. We return Lightning Surge. Disgusting. I don't think we missed damage. I think the Lightning Surge, holding the Lightning Surge wasn't right, knowing that the life was already getting too dire for Channel Mount to matter. Also, not correctly thinking about the Rain Razors, because we could have thrown the equipment block just to play around Rain Razors, and that would have been huge. In my head, the first Rain Razors had come from hand anyway, so I didn't think they had another one, but it was from Arsenal, so they could have had the other Rain Razors. So yeah, playing around that properly would have been a big difference. And then, yeah, the block with Force at the very end there. I think that's just already game losing, though. Interesting game, though. Interesting game. Wow, this is a bit more lightning than I've ever seen before, actually. The red electrifies and the lighted ups. Interesting. I mean, I guess if you're building just a straight-on race because you assume Oldhim's gone, then sure. Adding some lightning helps that. Yeah, pretty over, though. Pretty over. Now they have double premeditate and can't play anything. Oh, never mind. GG's. Alright, that's it. That puts our day at 10-5, having never played Briar before. Not awful. I don't think this deck is the best version of Briar I've ever seen. The premeditates were absolutely useless. Other than one time where I just didn't play around, premeditate being a draw in the deck. So in one game out of 15, it actually could have done something. Otherwise, it really just made an embodiment of lightning one time. And then got sided out a lot. So yeah, I don't think it's the best version of Briar. Definitely cool to play around with her at all, though. I'm really hoping she's gone tomorrow. Like, that is just the hope and the dream, that I never have to play the deck again. Never have to think about the deck again. But, yeah, that was fun. It was cool. That was a full day of Talishar, ladies and gentlemen. Full day of Talishar. That was basically a 6-hour stream. Whew! That's a lot. That's a lot to play through, not gonna lie. I would like to think that I only get better in time, get more in tuned with the games as we go 6 hours deep into some of these streams. But, man, Flesh and Blood is hard, you know? It's hard to sit down and try to play perfect every game, especially when there's some people in the chat who, like, really get on you. But it's all good in the end, you know? I do want to just get better. It's not about wasting time in front of the screen and just playing. It is legitimately about getting better. The one time I grinded this hard on Talishar purposefully was to do well with Fi at Nationals. And I did go 4-0 with Fi at Nationals, so there was payoff there. Now I'm not really playing for anything, though. We're just playing for fun. We're just playing for fun, because I have nothing to do this summer. My work contract ended in May, and rather than jump right back into the job search, I figured, why not... Let's go back to Facecam. Figured, why not just take the summer to just relax a bit. Got money saved up. Not like a lot, mind you, but enough that I can take a summer to just focus on some content creation and give everyone a little hub to tune into for Flesh and Blood, because no one streams Fab all day, for good reason. I think it's really taxing, for one. It's not super engaging for people who don't know Flesh and Blood, right? Like, you can't just tune into, like, a Marvel Snap stream and just get absolutely just taken aback by, like, the beauty of the animations and things like that. Even if you're not a Marvel Snap player, that can't happen in Talishar. But for the people who do play Fab, hopefully this is valuable to some degree. It's the right amount of background noise for you. And all I ask in return, damn, you taking the student life of a summer holiday. Yeah, but I'm not quite a student anymore. that was like 2 years ago, you know. Now we're just afraid of the real work life. But in return, you know, we're going to hope to try to build up some bigger Patreon perks, channel member stuff, maybe run like a subathon or something. I don't know. Something to try to make the streaming actually convert to some sort of income. Probably not a lot at all, but something would be nice. So we'll work our way up to that. Realize right now is probably not the best time because, you know, Dustledon's not out. There's no like big events really coming up, and the format is about to change. So kind of a weird spot for Fab, but feels good for me. Hopefully everyone enjoyed. And I will see you all tomorrow with another 6-hour stream, believe it or not. We're doing it. And also don't tune out yet. This end screen is pretty funny. Goodbye. Woo! Step, arms, spin. What? Woo! And slide and tango. 1, 2, 1, 2. Slide.